Yeah, I mean, I think in some ways it's almost worse because, like I said, he has a very strong willingness to use a combination of like markets and state power in order to personally enrich himself. It'd be like kind of hard in a way to call like an anti-capitalist when his family has personally made, tens if not hundreds of millions of dollars from his crypto scams, his crypto schemes, his obvious, plot to take money.
But that's not capitalism. I mean, listen,
It's not the type of capitalism I like. It's not a type of capitalism.
It's not capitalism. Fraud, forced coercion, all these things. They have no place in capitalism. All it is someone that's taking advantage of the political friends that they have. I mean, Trump has said it himself. This is the part that I wish people listen to more. The reason why he knows about government corruption is because he was one of the people that was corrupting government. And so he's acknowledged that he knows how the system works because he worked the system. He's actually said these things. I'm not even paraphrasing.
Yeah, with Hillary Clinton on stage, when Hillary said that Donald Trump doesn't pay anything in taxes, he said, yeah, because you were the one that made the rules for your friends and I took advantage of it.
It's just remarkable that people who kind of fell for this line, the idea that he was this outsider who was going to rectify this wrong that he once took advantage of, and look out for the everyman. Well, they're not necessarily every, but I think a lot of like working class people in this country truly did believe that the New York City billionaire real estate guy cared about their interests, and I think it's sad that those people were taken advantage of.
I mean, it's not different classes. I mean, they're reform this country than higher echelon.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I'm just saying after at least the first term, I think it should have been clear to everyone that his interests were not in improving the material conditions for the working class. I think that should have been clear. In this election, I voted for Kamala Harris. Yeah.
There you go.
Proudly, yeah. Like that makes me a communist, right? I imagine.
Hold on, listen. I didn't vote for either of them, but I will say this. With all of Trump's words, at least I can find a couple of things that I like about him. There's a couple of things I like. I can't think of anything I like about Harris. I've known of Harris. I grew up in California. I've known of her since the 90s.
Wait, Rob, you don't like her laugh?
I don't like her laugh. I don't like her claim that she washes her greens in the bathtub. I don't like any of her fucking politics.
What about her Pixar mom build?
Which one?
What about her Pixar mom build? You don't know what I'm talking about, all right? Other people know what I'm talking about.
What about when someone asks for a thing, they tell you
Why don't you elaborate?
and you can see the fear of this. I like that about her. I think so.
Are you saying she looks like a cartoon mom? Is that what you're saying?
She's built like a Pixar mom. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember?
There's that
swim. It's like, that actually sounds like a pretty good thing. And I think you can absolutely find stupid studies, but most of these
So the
studies
man who just complained we wasted money and didn't feed starving children to now validate the exercise habits of crustaceans, I have a problem.
do you think that, like, studying the effects of pollution on the health of aquatic life, do you think that that's like a worthy thing
I
to do?
don't think it's unworthy, but you just complained about starving kids. I would think they might be prioritized.
Monica, I think you might have misunderstood me. I was complaining that we allowed the biscuits to expire. I think we should have given them to starving children. I also think, as the wealthiest country to have ever existed, we have the capacity to fund basic research, and maybe I can appeal to some of the China hawks in here. I know Republicans used to be concerned about like U.S. hegemony, but I guarantee you these other very, very wealthy, powerful countries are spending a lot of money on research. They're spending a lot of money to learn things, and I think we should be too. Unless you want to cede all of the scientific advancement to China, then go ahead. I mean, yes, this is like
Straw man arguments. Do they work in another room?
Oh, that was not a straw man. That was, you were saying that it is stupid to fund studies like this, and I'm
I
saying
never
that
said it was stupid, Kevin. You have to open your ears to debate me. You don't know.
Monica, you clearly think that these studies are ridiculous. Now,
I'm disdainful of shrimp treadmill studies, and I'm also pointing out the hypocrisy, Kevin,
What is
of
my
your
hypocrisy? What is my
insistence and
hypocrisy?
virtue signaling about starving
What's
kids
the virtue
while the
signaling?
government wastes money on needless research
We can do both. We can do
process.
both. We can do both. We're the wealthiest country to have ever existed. We can do both. But not once did I suggest that we should be prioritizing studying the health of aquatic life over starving children. I think we have the capacity to do both. Our economy is something like $30 trillion. I think we can do both.
I don't think we can. And I think you have a record of
China would
poor
love that.
spending.
China would love that.
Kevin, I don't think you understand how little I care about your opinion of me. Should I emphasize?
Hey, let's try to get a compromise here, alright? No,
Lourdes, you're not Jerry fucking Springer, dude. I'll fucking do the moderating here. Just chill the fuck out. These guys are.
I wanna see my point, go fuck.
Hey, no, shush your fucking mouth. Kevin's a big boy. He can handle it. And this is fair discussion. And if they appeal to the moderator, maybe I'll do something. But I think this conversation is fun.
Yeah, I think you have to make a very compelling case that we don't have the capacity to do foreign aid and scientific research. I think we can do both. I think most people in here can.
Kevin, what if we took a look at like the real problem coming down the road, where the interest on the debt is now the third largest expenditure in the debt. Like the entire budget, it's the third largest expenditure. And if we don't start controlling the debt, it could creep into number two, maybe number one at some point. You know what?
Yeah, I agree.
You're cutting out.
He's cutting out, but I agree. I mean, I think we probably do need some entitlement reform. It's not popular, but we probably should be raising the retirement age by a few years. We should probably be putting in some sort of additional tax in order to pay for these entitlement programs. I think possibly looking at. I mean, we certainly should be reversing. The Trump tax cuts, which dramatically expanded, the deficit and greatly will, in the long term, increase the debt. So, I mean, if you want to point to like a specific program, be like we're spending
Social
money on this.
Social
Okay, so
Security.
that's a real one. That's a real one. Because believe it or not, we're actually not spending trillions of dollars on studying shrimp on treadmills. It is mostly going to, I think, 66% of the budget around there goes to Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. So we can talk about these things. I mean, people have done the analysis that you can close the shortfall on Social Security with like a pretty modest tax and also raising the retirement age by a few years.
Well, but Kevin, here's the thing, right? The Social Security Trust Fund by 2035 will be empty. We'll have, at that point, we'll be able to, supply 71% of
opposite. It's also bad. We need to be cutting spending. And then we're really just talking about like clipping things around the edges with like programs that we ideologically disagree with and don't spend that much money on. And while at the same time, claiming that we're not going to be reducing like the major entitlements, which are like the majority of the budget. I mean, that is like, if we're concerned about the budget, it should be a conversation about entitlements and entitlement reform. Not like or studies in Pakistan, which we maybe spend like a few $1 million on a grant on or whatever.
This is true. That being said, Democrats, anytime you make a mention of reforms to Social Security, they do the scare tactic of they want to take money from grandma and grandma. And so this idea that that we can have a conversation about it, Democrats don't seem to want to, and Republicans are certainly not in a hurry.
Oh, it's electoral poison. I mean, it's
Correct.
yeah. I mean, I'll be real about that. I mean, the old people are one of the most like reliable voting blocs in the country. You piss them off, you won't win an election. You make them scared, you won't win an election.
Which is why I think we should rip the Band-Aid off. And what I would love to see, I don't think that I know that my way would never fly, but I would love to see somebody represent the position that it's a Ponzi scheme and it should be completely abolished and replaced with nothing. Now I know you're going to say that you don't like that idea, but it's not about passing that. I know that would never fly, but if you at least had somebody representing that, and then you had somebody that was on the other side say, no, it's perfectly fine the way it is, don't touch it, that would keep the door open for the reasonable conversation. I think what we need is the framing of two polar extremes, like some ridiculous wealth tax that Republicans can vilify, and then another position that completely abolishes it that Democrats can vilify, and then you get the reasonable people in the room and you hash it out and fight.
So there's a website called Open the Books. Adam Andrzejewski did it. The founder died a year ago. I don't know why. They're kind of quiet about how he passed.
Fast question mark.
Yo, Roger, did you see Nathan's?
I don't know why it was necessary to interrupt me because you interrupted me, then Rich thought he could go off mute. Can I please make my statement?
Hey,
Kevin?
how's it going?
Hey, Daniel, I'm fine. So, they have a program called Open the Books Every Dime Online where they ask businesses and government entities and schools to put every penny of their expenses online for consumer watchdog groups to look at. He did a speech at one of the universities or conferences once where he detailed the purchase of lobster and steak for military members and the disincentivization of saving by people, not organizations, especially business, government entities. They're given a budget each year, and if they don't spend it, they're at risk of having their budget cut the following year. So there's a mad rush for buying pencils and ink pens at the end of the budget, so they're not at risk for losing their money. That's completely opposite of what we need, and that could be corrected, but I don't hear a lot of people talking about it. Thank you for the mic time.
I was just gonna ask Roger if you'd seen that Nathan put your PTR, but he imposed his face on yours. Means he's getting jealous, Roger. Must be doing something right.
Well, at least he would have read my books that way.
I'm gonna put the link to the speech that Adam gave a couple years ago. It's very good.
Welcome to the stage.
Hey, one of the on this. We were talking about this earlier, and I just noticed that we were talking about formula. Don't you think though that perhaps these wacky, gender studies spending would be a good soft power way of kind of combating, Wahhabism in that region?
Yeah, people trying to destroy their society from the inside with feminism. I mean, that's clearly.
Well, I mean, but that's why.
I'm kidding.
So that's why how these radical sects of Islam is because, like, during the Cold War,
jump in earlier in this conversation. So I wanted to set up the premise that he has a poor memory of all the things and obstacles that were thrown at Trump during his first administration, including the fact that he had wanted immigration reform, but the Never-Trumpers led by Paul Ryan refused to give it to him in the first 2 years, and then they lost power in Congress and they couldn't get it done. Not to mention the Russian collusion delusion, and then, oh my gosh, a small matter of a pandemic, a global one, that increased the spending, and if you look at an interview that he ran in 2020, I'm gonna keep talking, and I'm gonna let Roger decide who he wants to hear, but I'm not gonna scream at you. So in an interview before the 2020 election, he was asked about the deficit, and he said, yeah, I really need to look at that. I'm going to do that for my second term. And then what happened? 2020, with the summer of love that set our country on fire because people wanted to support the wrongful death of a criminal. Okay, fine. And then 4 years of Biden and failed Democratic policies and open borders that caused our country additional chaos. So you know what? It is July of Trump's first year and his second term. So I'm going to give him some more room. Thank you.
Okay, so this sounds like I'm flipping through OAN and Fox News and Newsmax all at once, just like going channel to channel. Very interesting. So the spending under Trump was out of control prior to COVID. You can look this up. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which is the primary reason for the increased deficit under Trump, was passed in 2017, like 2.5, 3 years before COVID. So, and I don't know what the fuck any of those other things have to do with him spending an enormous amount of money while cutting taxes. What do any of those things, like, the country was on fire? Like what is this? What is this nonsense? Like, there were riots. The riots were bad. The riots caused, substantial amount of money and damage, but nothing.
How many millions of dollars in damage? How many destroyed businesses? What?
I don't know. But do you think that was a major contributing factor to the deficit under Trump? Like, what? What the fuck does the Russia gate, like, whatever thing, which by the way resulted in like 19 indictments? What do you think that's responsible for the debt? Like, no, the debt is due to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act passed in, where the deficit under Trump was due to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which was passed in 2017. And I don't know how you're saying you're going to give him room. Like, we all know what the effects of this most recent round of tax cuts will be. Just like we knew what the effects of the last tax cuts will be, mostly because these tax cuts were mostly just making the previous ones permanent. The 2017 ones permanent, expanding them. And we saw what that did to the deficit, and it's expected to increase like I said, the CBO estimates that's going to increase the debt by
I don't know why anybody brings that guy up. Times Square Shark is welcome in the room. He can stay in the goo. He can comment in the chat, but he's just a cancer on stages. So whoever brings him up again, if I find out who it is that's bringing him up, we're gonna have words.
Roger, I invite everybody on stage except for that guy.
Yeah, it was me. Samoa, you went off mute a couple of times. Would you like to share your thoughts of the conversation?
Monica, who pays the tariff?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to fight with this guy Kevin here. I was
Just wondering who's
Fight
right.
back.
Let me tag you in.
Can you help me? Can somebody tell me before I go to bed? Can somebody just tell me who pays the tariff?
It's a choice. The consumer has a choice.
Hold on.
Actually,
The consumer pays it.
yes, indirectly, the consumer pays it. I agree.
None of that gets
Hold on, everyone hold on. Anyone that's saying that the consumer doesn't pay it, I'd love to hear them explain how they don't pay it. And what we're gonna hear is a bunch of gish galloping from somebody that's never read an economic book. Go, but
I'm agreeing. I'm saying that I'm agreeing.
Kevin, get out and
No,
listen to
hold on, guys. Samoa is the one who said that the consumer does not pay for it. Go ahead.
Yes, I said that the importer pays for it, and it's their prerogative if they want to stay competitive within whatever commodity it is. We've seen Costco, we've seen Target, we've seen Walmart negotiating with China for them to eat it so that they are able to compete in America, and they did it during COVID. So my question would be this: if I can find one instance, is what you guys are saying wrong? Absolutely, it's wrong. It's up to the importer.
Jesus Christ. Did you find this guy at chillism?
Yeah, I brought him up so he can make a fool of himself. Honestly,
Would you like the link where Walmart and Target and
Samoa, let me ask you this. Where do you
please
think
address my argument though?
I'm gonna ask you a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where did you get your degree in economics?
What do I need a degree for?
Well, I just wanted to validate that you don't have a degree
Yeah,
in
that
economics.
kind of sounded like a gift gallop. Are you gonna address my argument or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna address it directly. Every single time in the history of the United States that tariffs have been raised, the cost of goods in the United States goes up. Now, if you can argue against that, please do. And by the way, I will put all of the references in the chat so everyone can review it.
Alright, so this is my one example. I'm gonna give you the example where the importers or the manufacturers of said products went ahead and ate the actual tariff to stay competitive as a policy during COVID last 2 years, China, Walmart, and Costco. I'll just provide that to you to show you that the importer does have the power to take a little bit off of its profit margin so that they're able to stay competitive in the market. Are you saying that's wrong?
I'm not gonna totally disagree.
It's okay, I'm just asking,
I'm
are you
gonna
saying
add
that's
something
wrong?
to it. Is that, wait, you're not explaining it correctly, however, I remember I started
Point out
the
when I'm not
conversation
saying
on
that is correct.
that my
Go ahead.
car, when you asked me the question an hour ago, Roger, and I said, I just had been back and forth with the car dealer with a car from Germany. And when they gave me a number back that's going to be the extra on my car, and they came back at 3%. Now, I know the tariff on Germany is going to be more than 3%. So some of what he's saying is that, let's say the car manufacturer, either on the manufacturer end or the dealerships in the US, someone's gonna eat that difference to the consumer on that. But that's just, their decision on what they wanna sell their product for. But ultimately, it's going to increase probably the initial price of the car, as they relist for, let's say, next year's list price is gonna go up. So even if it looks like they're only adding a 3% on, they've increased the base. At least that's how I see it. Is that what you're saying, Samoa?
Hold on, everyone. Hold on. You're telling me they're adding something next year and we're not next year?
Hold on. I know that this room is capable of being honest. Yes, importers can absolutely absorb if they want to. Very seldom will they absorb the entire thing. Almost always they pass at least some of the cost onto the consumers. And the idea that inflation hasn't gone up is just incorrect. It went from in June of 2024 it was 2.4%, and in June of 2025 it's 2.7%. It's gone up 0.3%. So I mean, if we're going to talk about facts, we should put the facts on the table. And again, in this case, and as is in every case, the majority of the cost goes to the consumers. Even if you have importers that are, even if importers, if you have some importers that are willing to absorb that, the majority of it goes to the consumers. It's happening now, and as it's happened every single fucking time in U.S. history. So I get that there's people that want to support tariffs, probably because of the person that they support that's in the presidency. I would guess that Samoa probably supports Donald Trump. This is why he supports tariffs. And all I can say is that I have far more disdain for the right-wing anti-capitalists than I will ever have for the left-wing anti-capitalists. At least you fucking know where they were coming from. These fucking maggots, they don't understand how economics work. They don't understand how politics works. What they do is they take their fucking orders from their Lord and Savior Donald Trump, and then they try to build arguments to defend it. They're fucking mentally retarded.
Mad at me right now?
No, I'm literally calling you a retard. That's what I'm calling you.
Do you think I support tariffs? Wait.
Tariffs are absolutely anti-capital.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, come on. Roger, do you think I am pro-tariff?
You're certainly defending them.
No, you fucking weirdo. I'm explaining them. That's not defending them, dumbass. I'm explaining it.
Wait, hold on. How is someone like yourself that's never studied economics going to explain tariffs to me, you fucking
You
retard?
just walked it fucking back. I'm the retard? You just
You are the retard. You're just walking it
Donald Trump's plan. My whole statement was the importer can use it.
Can everybody be quiet, let Small and Mojo go?
You don't want this, bro. This dude know what time it is. This dude got time. You don't know what the fucking politics are. You made an assumption.
Oh, really? You don't support Trump? You don't support
Shut
Trump?
the fuck up. Come on, everybody. Relax, man. Relax.
Okay. Listen, I'm not gonna let some fucking dime store fucking economist fucking tell me to shut the fuck up. Go back to chillism where you belong, where the 75 IQ is gonna fucking serve you well. You're fucking
Jimmy, no idea how much I enjoyed that record.
Jimmy, can you talk about that's great. Wait, very quick. I had a question. Where you were describing inflation, and like I'm not a student of economics, scholarly or academically. I look at economics and finance to the extent that it impacts my life. And Milton Friedman, actually, I have it on my Milton Friedman pointed out how inflation works and how it's generally it's Congress that does it. It's Congress and the presidency. It's somewhat impacting the consumer. It comes from Washington D.C. You were saying that inflation went from what percentage to 2.4% to 2.7.
year over year. That's what I said. Year over year, June of 2024, it was 2.4%, and in June of 2025, it's 2.7. Now, if you can't do the fucking math, that's an issue.
Yeah, but you need to more than 3.6, I think. Yeah, and also, we're also not factoring in, I don't think that's directly tied to the tariffs, right? I don't think. Go ahead, Jimmy. Exactly, yeah. That inflation
as much or however it moves from that 0.3% has nothing to do with tariffs, especially because we're really not going to see the impact of tariffs on inflation for at least 1 to 2 years. We're not going to see it because even right now they've not been fully implemented. These tariffs have not been fully implemented. You know, and at the end of the day, if we're gonna like in all honesty, being a pro-capitalist, I'm a pro-cap. I like to be a capitalist, and I want my country, yes, to impose particular tariffs on countries bringing their goods here so that I can enjoy the fruits of the labor of the manufacturing sector here. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where the idea of, these tariffs are coming from, right? It's to promote, it's to bring back America being the pioneers in technology, whether it be cars, refrigerators, televisions, all these other items that are important now. So if we're making it more expensive for other countries to bring them in, it means we're gonna have to do them, right? And and when you bring in the idea of inflation, I think that's also gonna impact the standard of living, right? Because now we're gonna have to, implement, a higher, so to speak, a minimum wage. You know what I'm saying? The minimum wage question is not going to be brought back to the forefront. How can the minimum wage be this, especially when the fact of inflation, right? How is $7 and $7.25 of the federal minimum wage from the 1990s? How does that help any human being have an acceptable standard of living?
Lord, the proper minimum wage at the federal level should be zero.
I agree with that. I somewhat agree with that. I somewhat agree with that. But the thing is for me, on my end with the minimum wage, there's a minimum wage, but there's no maximum wage.
Why do you want a maximum wage?
There should never be no. If you have a maximum wage, then you're not living in the capitalist market.
Why do you want a minimum or a maximum wage?
No, a minimum wage is to ensure everybody has a level playing field, and you're also mitigating.
No.
Hold on. You're talking wrong. No, don't just say things.
Defend what you just said. Defend what you said.
I'm telling you. Yes, minimum.
Okay, hold on. Listen. I've listened to this long enough. Listen. If you're going to say that minimum wage, first of all, minimum wage, the idea, you just used the word living wage. I don't know what the fuck that means. The problem here is not, we shouldn't be looking to artificially set wages. Wage controls are fucking a terrible idea, because when you raise these wages artificially, what you're going to do, what you're going to see, and I'm happy to post a study that will prove this, because a lot of you motherfuckers don't actually read, but I will post the link so you can do that. The bottom line is when you institute these, employers have a couple of options here. They can raise the cost of goods and services. That's usually not what they do, because they don't want to fuck off their consumers.
Exactly.
Wait for the punchline, Lord. Wait to hear what they do.
These fucking guys, they're all talk, no listen. The bottom line is that's the worst option for them to go and pass a minimum wage hike onto their consumers. What they tend to do is they either let go of staff or they reduce the staff's hours that they work. They're going to reduce the labor cost, and what ends up happening is you thought you were helping the employees. They end up making less money when you institute a raise in the minimum wage. And this is not for all people if you're lucky enough to maintain your 40-hour a week job. But the bottom line is, and we see this over and over every time they aggressively try to increase the minimum wage, is that employers explain to me how you're going to set wages in a central planned way without understanding, not having the knowledge of the cost of operating each business. How can you, how, well, hold on. If you're going to defend doing that, don't you ever call yourself a fucking capitalist.
No. Listen. I'm speaking to the extent of look at what happened in 2020 during the COVID bullshit that was happening, right? Whether it was the the paycheck protection plans, et cetera, and as much as there was not that much commerce, right? But there's so much money being run, and I actually think a lot of the inflation we're seeing today is a reverberation of that. It's a reverberation of all these stimuluses that we had during the COVID crisis, so to speak. That pandemic that we had, so to speak. So, and look, like I said, for me, I'm minimum wage, whatever. To me, what matters is that there's no maximum wage. Because when you have a maximum wage, now then that's where socialism does come in. That's where communism comes in. The minimum wage is intended to ensure that a society or a community is not living in goddamn fucking slum.
Hold on, Lloyd, pause. Here's the fucking facts, and I'm gonna post it so you can read it, so you can quit saying dumb shit that don't make any fucking sense. I'm gonna post it. So I want you to read the link that I just posted above that talks about what actually happens when you raise the minimum wage.
Okay,
So go ahead. I want you to go read that. Listen, I can read it to you if reading is not your strong suit. It doesn't sound like it is. Listen, I want to illustrate something. Alright, I'm fucking done with you. Listen, I don't know if it's the fucking, like, what the fuck's happening tonight? These fucking people, they just literally just say words. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I just got done explaining to this fucking retarded faggot that when he's talking about that the minimum wage is somehow going to help people, if he would read these studies, he would understand that it actually lowers the income of the people that it was designed to help. Go fucking study this shit, you fucking
Right. I mean, on a basic level, it's go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, I want to push back on this whole idea that tariffs are anti-free market. I think it's an extremely problematic idea.
That's very serendipitous of you, Jimmy. That's exactly what I was going to ask. Roger said that the tariff agenda is
tariffs, and that's all.
Look, but the thing is this, at the end of the day, if you want to access America's market, you pay. It's super, like, that's not anti-free market. There is demand all around the world to access the most active consumer in the world. Companies all.
If you have to pay, how is that a free market?
Listen, that's literally, look, okay, I'll repeat. There's the demand. Like, so imagine a mall, right? A mall where a lot of customers shop. There's a demand as a business owner to lease space in that mall. It's going to be more expensive because it's a.
Yo, Jimmy, real fast, I just had a question for Roger. Did you bring Lord up, Roger? No, I didn't bring him up. I need you moving to the audience.
He can get up here if he fucking
No.
misbehaves.
Okay, cool. I just didn't know if you wanted him on.
So yeah, this mall has a lot of foot traffic. It can make a lot of money. A lot of companies are willing to pay to access those customers. That's what this is. If you're going to ship your goods over here, pay to access our consumers. That is a free market activity. For people to believe otherwise is crazy talk to me because this is how every single country on this planet behaves. It's a part of the free market. And so the free market in companies, not just you and us as individuals, but companies and governments. Governments are also a part of the free market. Governments are also buyers and sellers. All governments are consumers. So them charging companies to access their citizens is a free market activity. And thinking that it's otherwise is sort of weird.
Wait, so definitionally it's not a free market if you're doing that. And just because all the governments do it doesn't then mean, oh, well, this must be a free market. That was the point the Russian was trying.
Okay, I repeat, the government is a participant in the free market. They are also buyers and
They're not
sellers.
supposed to be.
What do you mean they're not supposed to be? Of course they are. We sell weapons to the world, the government.
The government doesn't make the weapons. The
They
private
sell weapons to the world.
Yeah, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, they can't sell. They can't sell. They don't cannot sell.
Jesus Christ, Jimmy, listen. It's quite obvious you don't know how money moves.
Oh my God.
It's quite obvious that you don't understand
I
how
have
money
no
moves.
idea.
Well, it's very clear. You're illustrating it. You said that the government makes weapons. They don't. Private companies do. Now, if you talk about how foreign funding works, like, for example, our friends in Israel, what we do is the government will give them a voucher, and then they spend those vouchers with the contractors. So the government is still putting their hand on the scale, which I don't like. I don't like them putting their hand on the scale, period, end of story. You seem to be comfortable with it because you're not really a capitalist, and that's fine. You don't have to be a capitalist, just don't parade to be one. The point is, you were incorrect when you said that the government sells weapons. They do not. What they do is they do a wealth transfer of taking taxpayers' dollars to create a voucher that goes to a foreign entity, and those foreign countries then cash in that voucher with the American companies. And look, the fact that I have to explain this stuff to you is crazy to me. I know that you're smarter than the average person on Clubhouse, but what's very interesting is that you don't know the very basics of how money
So the
moves.
gaslighting is steel manning. Because steel man. Oh my god.
Well, dude, I wouldn't have even had to say that if you would have explained that you knew how money moves.
The United States government sells weapons.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, you're incorrect. You're factually incorrect. You're
like have
Don't break that down. Why don't you break that down like that actually is accurate?
Hold on. I can read ChatGPT too. The U.S. government does not. Hold on. Everyone mute up. The U.S. government does not manufacture weapons or sell weapons directly to anyone. I'm reading right from ChatGPT. This is the source that you like. It says weapon manufacturing private defense contractors like Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, and General Dynamics design and manufacture the vast majority of U.S. military weapons and equipment. When sold to foreign entities, typically the government will issue a voucher in which the foreign entity will then go to these defense contractors and pay for it using U.S. taxpayer vouchers. Now,
Same as the taxpayer.
so I agree. If you have a phone at home, and you want to go on ChatGPT and you want to fact check all this stuff, you can go look this stuff up. Jimmy, I don't know why it's like you're insisting on own goaling yourself. You could just admit that this is something that you don't understand, and then you can just do what most people do, which is listen to the things that they don't understand so they can learn. This is a good time for.
All right, so I already
Dunning Kruger.
link in the chat to the state department website, which explains exactly the U.S. government's activity in sales. But let's just pretend that Mojo's correct so we can move on.
Well, hold on. Let me ask this to Abby. Abby, when the U.S. government sells weapons to Israel, right? Because Jimmy says that the U.S. government sells them to them. Let me describe my understanding of it, and I know that you have a lot of expertise in this area. My understanding is that the U.S. gives a voucher to Israel, and Israel then uses those vouchers to purchase weapons from companies like Raytheon and others. Is that or is that not happening?
I think that's how it works. I mean, I know with the Iron Dome, that was a joint venture, Raytheon, I put this in the chat, Raphael Industries, it's produced by Raytheon. Most of the purchases, whether it's, if we talk about the airplanes and who's producing the airplanes, the U.S. government isn't making the plane. The plane is being manufactured by airplane manufacturing companies.
By private contractors.
Yeah, they're all private contractors. Same things with the.
Yeah, that's how you get on Soundboard Go. You petition. Watch the movie. What was it? War Dogs. If you watch the movie War Dogs, about how they were trying to get it, it's quite accurate.
Jesus Christ, no. Listen, you're not going to dumb down this conversation by talking about Johnny. Okay, you're going back. What? Is that guy from Chillism too?
No, he's not that I know of.
Roger, is chillism just like a slur?
Yes.
I've been hearing about this the last couple of days.
Chillism is a place where I visited the other day, and these two guys argued for 45 minutes about Hegel. They were arguing about who had the better understanding. Yeah. And after 45 minutes of arguing, it was very clear that neither of them had read Hegel. So I went on stage and started asking them a few questions. Got them to both admit that neither of them had read Hegel. That was Concrete and Ike. So if you ever run into those guys, if you think the people in this room are stupid, you should go to Chillism because, by the way, if you're tired of getting shit on by somebody that understands more than you, you can go to Chillism and you'll be the smartest person in the room.
You think if I went over there and started talking about Hegel,
Bubby, you've been there before. You just didn't realize it's Nathan Arts and Knowledge.
I'm in white belt in chillism.
I have to tell you, it is the collection of the fucking misfits
actually a dog and a character. I would say the highest IQ individual that I've ever met on this app would be Ethan Muse. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Ethan's great.
Religious from.
Highest IQ individual I remember meeting. You know who I'm gonna say, Mojo Austin. Like, there's nobody that I've met that breaks shit down better, has better understandings or grasp of things in multiple. Like, I don't even know how to fucking explain it. He's just fucking insane.
Have you been in the rooms when Eric Weinstein came in?
Yeah, he used to come to Healthy Debate. Healthy Debates is where he spent most of his time,
Very
actually.
bright guy.
Hey, Bubby, are you familiar with Ethan Muse from Andrew R's room?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah,
I would put him in the 180 range. Like,
yeah, he's really good.
And you know what's the coolest thing about Ethan is he doesn't.
This isn't the opportunity to say who we like. This is a time to be shit on the people that we think are stupid.
My goodness,
Like,
yeah.
Beaver's probably one of the dumbest people on here.
who?
Beaver.
He is not. No.
Hold on. Beaver is dumb. But what Beaver did do is he accurately predicted the election. Exact pick on the electoral count. So
I was almost saying that because he's down in the
He's
audience. He
very
wasn't
bright.
running, wasn't it?
He's very bright, and he's
I know, I'm
better,
joking.
sports better than anyone on
See,
here.
I can't say too much on people.
wait, hold on. Let me just say this. Intelligent people don't bet on sports. There are much wiser ways to spend your fucking money. The high IQ people would never place a sport.
Well, Roger, did you ever see they had a convention? It was supposed to be in like Maryland for a bunch of like world-renowned physicists, and they got it moved to Las Vegas due to like a hurricane or something. Then they went to hurricane, and then they went to Vegas, and then the next day they put out a article in the news on the front page, and it says, "Physicists, please never come back because they didn't spend any fucking money."
Yeah, I guess the one thing that I have a difficulty on with like throwing the shots at the ones I think are dumb is that a lot of them I don't think they're actually that dumb. I just think that they're either grifting or I think that they genuinely dupe themselves into believing what they're saying.
Like high on their own supply.
Do you know?
If you had to say the IQ of Dr. Copeland,
That was the COVID dude, right?
yeah, the COVID guy, the guy that would talk about COVID, but he's a chiropractor.
He told me once that a human fetus wasn't a human, and I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't in too many of the COVID rooms during that time. I think that's the only. Matter of fact, thank you for bringing it up, because that was the only time I actually found Norm to be decent enough to be in a room with. That was crazy.
Well, listen, if you don't like Norm, that says more about you than it does.
Norm's
No, that's fine. No, that's fair. That's fair.
He's
That's fair. Let's say
incredibly
what he
bright.
wants about me, but still, fucking hell.
You know what? He's incredibly bright and incredibly well read and well educated.
And he's a two-time.
I won't say that he wasn't. I just said I don't fucking like the dude. That's all.
You don't have to like him, but we're talking about smart versus dumb. And he's an incredibly intelligent and well educated person. One of the problems is also like some of the people that when we just have someone who said they were political scientists but didn't understand politics, you know, there's people you can tell they have formal education or you can tell that they just really know a subject. Norm has both. He's formally educated, but he's in the weeds on subjects. Like he's very bright.
Yeah, I think if Norm could learn to do two things, not eat while he's on Clubhouse
Superman and Fantastic Four, and I love them. It was so nice not to be preached at, and I thought they were really well done.
He was preaching.
Uh-uh.
Oh, maybe you didn't realize that Superman is like a see, and he can't actually like defend himself, and he has to like rely on everyone.
Pro-legalist. It's pro-baby.
Do you have the story behind Superman at all?
Yes.
Or what do you think of Superman?
Thought they chose well. I had no problem with the acting and the actors in either of the movies.
Who do you think should be the next James Bond?
Male.
Well,
Have high standards for James Bond.
well, hold on. You guys gotta get this straight, right? If they want to make a spy thriller in that universe, they've talked about women, they've talked about black men. You can do that, and you can even call them 007 if you want, because that's a title. But James Bond is a white British male. Period. End of story. If you start fucking with that formula, you're not doing the right thing. I mean, but honestly, if they made a movie like when they were talking about Idris Elba, if they would have called him James Bond, I would have had a major problem with it. But if they would have called him Agent 007, I would have been fine. You just have to name him something different. It's all about the way that you frame that. And I'm okay, probably be lame, but if they wanted to make a movie with a woman as 007, you can do that too. You just can't have James Bond be something other than the tradition.
I mean, if you were to say who I would as the next 007, if you're going non-British, I don't think Gabriel Knox would be like a bad choice. If he plays Harvey on Suits, Harvey Specter, I don't think he'd be a bad choice for him. And I think maybe if you want to go with the other option, the European option, go with like Cillian Murphy or something.
No, yeah, so great.
Murphy could do it. He pulled off Peaky Blinders.
Here's some. If you wanted to make a 007 film, and 007 is going to, you can create all kinds of new characteristics. They don't even have to drink, drinks that are shaken, not stirred. You can have like, you can have an Agent 007 that doesn't drink at all. You can switch that up, but you can't have a James Bond that doesn't drink. This is the rules that they should I'm saying when the actor said that, I'm telling you, if I was in Hollywood and there was a fucking blacklist, he would be on it. He would never act again. He would never be in any film ever. He would have to go make films in fucking communist China after that comment.
Oh, you know who you would actually enjoy from chillism in this conversation is Knowledge. He's a fucking huge MCU dude.
I'm a DC guy.
I'm okay with DC. I've just always been a Marvel guy for the movies.
Well, did you see the new, not X-Men, but the woman, she plays Silver Surfer, so they changed that gender, and she serves Galactus, the destroyer of worlds.
DC's are superior to Marvel. As long as X-Men, Superman, forget their writers, they need to see the music, brought their story, pitched their story, DC's others, to multiple publishers. They were laughed out the door because they said no one's going to believe a man can fly.
Well, Moose, what do you think Superman was? Do you think Superman's a libertarian, a fiscal conservative, a liberal socialist? What do you think Superman's political and economic position is?
I don't know, he looked pretty friendly, you know? I mean, was Clark Kent reporting the news? Was Clark Kent reporting fake news to Jimmy Olsen? Lois Lane? What about more importantly, Lois Lane?
Well, you would know. You distribute fake news.
Dick Gaber said, you know how to do this. Who created Superman? Who were the two guys that created him in what year?
Look at that. See if I
Teenagers, actually.
You might call them entrepreneurs.
I know they're both Jewish, right?
Yeah, they were
It's
all
crazy.
like year. What was it?
Jerry Siegel, Jim Schuster, pre-World War II, 1903.
There you go. And what was the whole point of Superman? What were they trying to say with Superman? Do you guys know the whole story with this?
I mean, I've heard he's like the savior of the world, and I've also heard that he's like
Mashiach.
Jesus incarnate and all that.
Jewish in religion.
Yeah, I know.
Mashiach now.
What was happening as the rise of anti-Semitism? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty wild. We would never have thought that. It was in the 30s.
What, you don't think Superman is a metaphor for the Messiah, Monica? How stupid can you be?
He's empowered by the sun, you know, all that. He comes from a different planet. He comes out from the heavens the same year.
It
What a
was
greater sacrifice.
he was fighting Nazis a lot in the comic books that they were writing.
And then Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, who else? Someone else fought. Was Bugs
Daffy
Bunny?
Duck. There's a famous cartoon of Daffy Duck dodging the draft guy with the nose. And he's trying, your kid has no idea what's going on because of the draft guy and his little bicycle trying to deliver this Daffy Duck's draft goods. And he would say things like, is this trip really necessary? Which no child had absolutely no meaning attached to it. Of course, during the war, resources are limited, so that there were like dark times for responsible Americans to turn their lights off, drive limited. So he said, is the trip really necessary? He's dodging going to war, but every child is laughing because Daddy Duck's doing crazy stuff. That's all.
I see.
Well,
He fought a Red Baron too.
I'll give you another parallel. So there's a Moses connection to this. Superman's, remember, is a baby sent away from a doomed world, and he's sent in a small vessel. He's adopted by a childless couple. There are parallels to this with Moses.
Also Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is technically fighting the New Age liberal Nazis.
Hold on, let me just stay with Superman for a second. Quick. Go on with this. Look at the parallels on this. Yeah, it's Samson's strength, right? I don't know, there's like all kinds of stuff written on it.
Yeah, it was definitely scripturally based on it.
It's funny that Marvel gets all this credit for like the MCU and it made a lot of money commercially,
That's what I was asking, singer, producer, okay, so I just want to context.
He's a producer, composer, okay, composer. He doesn't really, he thinks he's not a great singer. Okay, anyway, his wife actually is, his wife's Catholic, okay, but David Foster got up and had the name. No one's gonna know his name except for that I booked her into my house with who. Okay, and this singer, her name is Lara Fabian. She's considered like the Celine Dion of Europe. Okay, most Americans have
special effects when that Native American busted through the wall and they flew, they escaped.
I saw it on off Broadway.
Two of the actors.
Danny DeVito. Trying to think that we look a lot of famous people that I didn't know they were that they ultimately was like at the beginning of a lot of careers. It's definitely off Broadway.
What do you think about the predictive programming of Avengers Infinity War and Thanos and Dr. Fauci and the plague?
I don't think I want to have a discussion of anything of the kind.
I mean, isn't there, some Jewish influence in Infinity Wars with the Gauntlet and the Infinity Stones? Isn't that like the Kabbalah and the Sephiroth?
Don't know, I just it's
Everything you need to consider with the Donner Supermans and what later came with Marvel, because of just like what we were on calendars in different time periods. Marvel was a pretty dead company, but at the time when the Donner Supermans came out, I mean, like
who's gonna get the rights to the Clubhouse movie?
John,
Yeah, whoever owns the content, and you're the only one that has a repository of this, besides Clubhouse.
John, did we just get a anyway?
Yeah, Rabbono Shalom. Many people don't know what that means, but in Hebrew that means master of the universe, and it's extremely useful to repeat that saying, Rabbono Shalom.
Roger, you'll love this.
Wait, hold on. Before you do, can we just address autism a little bit in the chat? Where Eric Ellis said Superman wasn't part of any political party.
John, would you mind breaking down Skeletor, Roger? You might enjoy it, because I know you're from that area.
Yeah, so that movie Skeletor, He-Man Masters of the Universe, that's all about Skeletor is, this wizard who takes Grayskull, opens up a portal to the universe, and becomes God. He literally becomes God, and everybody's like, oh shit, Skeletor became God. But Skeletor had an anger management problem, and he couldn't let it go. And even though he was God, and he already won, he couldn't let it go, and so he fucked it all up.
That was the worst take we've ever given on.
No, but it's true. Just watch that movie, you'll realize Skeletor wins, but he's still unhappy. He's still angry, and thus it destroys him in the end.
What's the chick that always guides him around? This chick.
Fuck, what was that girl's name? Evelyn. No, Evelyn, like evil. Her name was Evelyn, basically.
What's your take on her?
She was his concubine or lover, but it was kind of funny when he takes Grayskull. She says, "Grayskull is finally ours," and he goes, "No, mine." I mean, technically, that movie is not about He-Man. It's actually all about Skeletor.
And what's the underlying message?
It's about self-actualization or personal development. Skeletor, again, he suffered from anger management problems. He was a road rager. He uncovered the secrets of the universe, but he was still angry.
I don't do anything. I don't do.
Ken, I was just looking up, so David Foster's married to Catherine McPhee.
Yeah.
don't you hang out with a beer?
No, hold on, hold on. Rich, there's no need to interrupt here. Water's got this. Water, give us your best take. What's your best take?
On Superman, Batman?
Yeah, title of the room. I've heard you speaking out of the rooms, like you're like in that bottom third of people, and so I just want to hear you.
Why don't you elaborate on the label you're trying to label me?
Stupid. I said dumb people. You're one of the dummies. One of the low IQs. One of the midwits.
Go ahead, but yet you're eager to hear my take. Make that make
Yes,
sense.
I'm easily amused. Please continue.
Your path is a pathway, my friend.
Okay. Is that the best you got?
Well, I just saw Superman. It felt kind of rushed. Full discretion, but you had no spoilers. Yeah, it felt very rushed. Did anybody else see it?
I haven't seen it, but Roger, I'll put it my 2 cents. It's actually like I'll argue that Batman could have been a Republican, not just because Bruce Wayne was a billionaire, but the whole reason Batman was created as interesting as we know from the comic books and everybody, because his parents were killed. He's a veteran when he was a young boy, so he dedicates his life to avenging their deaths and the name of justice. And what president, fun fact, wrongly went into Iraq because Saddam Hussein put a hit on George Bush Sr. Now he never succeeded, but it's a lot of us. Interesting. Here's what I will say about Batman. As much as I like the villains in Batman, I do think that he's the biggest underachiever. I mean, he's got a billionaire. He's got all the toys at his disposal, and he can't even control the crime in Gotham. It's fucking crazy. You have other superheroes, like for example in Marvel, and again, I'm not a big fan of the Marvel movies, but if you look at Iron Man, that's overachieving. They're essentially the same guy. One's got the bat suit, the other's got the Iron Man suit. They're billionaires. They got all the toys. They got all the shit. But the scope of what Iron Man is able to do is so much. If Iron Man went to Gotham, he'd clean that shit up in a fucking second. Batman fucking struggled to deal with underboss criminals like fucking the Penguin. I think all superheroes have in common, Marvel or DC, including Wonder Woman, male and female superheroes, none of them really got any action. Batman was always getting hit left and right, and Catwoman, Batgirl, all the interesting villains that set the house. All loved Batman, but he was turning him down. Do you guys ever see the film adaptation of Watchmen?
The film adaptation of Watchmen, the movie?
Yeah, 4 hours. That's not 4 hours. It's almost 3 hours. It's very good. The only thing they really changed was at the end, the graphic novel. It's an octopus, and they didn't know how they'd be able to film that with the budget they had, so they ended up, saying that it was a nuclear exchange that they were worried about, and so I think it actually plays pretty well. But the love scene set to Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah, best love scene in any superhero movie outside of Howard the Duck.
Yeah, The Watchmen was an instant classic. How it was well done as an adaptation.
And Dr. Jordan in the background, in the back channel, asked me if the scientist is still on the stage. If you guys remember, the scientist in the Steve Prey girl, she wasn't wearing Prey. I guess, what do you tell her? She is Jinx.
Yeah, I have an espresso machine, and to get 6 or 8 of those little pods, it's now about $15. Um, but I love my Nespresso maker. It's one of the best kitchen appliances or items I've bought. I love coffee, and having an immediate Nespresso available is fantastic.
So I don't do fancy. I've got a Keurig, and I buy this inexpensive local thing called Seattle's Best, and I can get 60 of these little Keurig. It's not the best coffee, I'll be honest. It's a medium roast breakfast blend, and but for 60 of these things, I only pay $10.99.
Well, I don't know if you read the news about Starbucks, but they're really de-escalating their stores, and they're removing even a lot of the in-app purchase abilities in stores because they found it's not as a pleasant experience for the customer. There's no human interaction as opposed to just making people into robots. So Starbucks and their new CEO is supposedly revamping the experience, not only in the store but in the app as well.
Yeah, the previous CEO didn't do many things. I stopped going to Starbucks when they stopped carrying the chocolate covered espresso beans. As soon as that was unavailable, I checked out.
I'm not a big fan of those Ryan Reynolds movies where he plays Deadpool. I mean, I like the movies, but the like the way he talks, the wittiness, the comedy, the snide little remarks. It's like, let me just see an action movie. I know it's like action plus comedy, but I don't know. To me, like, watching him in one movie is enough, and then the continuation of that type of personality, it's like, I have no desire whatsoever to give money or time to a movie theater, really, for the rest of my life, unless perhaps I have a wife and a child who I need to pacify with stupidity to waste their time so I can get some peace and quiet. I mean, that's the only reason I could possibly see wanting to go into a movie theater to watch more regurgitated shit over and over again. There's nothing new underneath the movie theater, dome. And, it's alpha brainwave state. It's the same thing opening up Gmail, Netflix, Hulu, even this app. You get an immediate dopamine response. It puts you into a slumber and a brainwave state, and it's basically hypnosis.
To build on that, John, it is kind of wild how when you open up Netflix and all these apps and shit, you're like, I've seen all this stuff in here. And then you start looking at it, you're like, these are like an hour and a half long, and I've seen probably 30,000 movies on this one. And I'm like, how much time have you wasted? I mean, like, granted, it's entertainment, but a lot of the shit that we watch is dumb. And I think also, that's my biggest pushback on the DC shit is same fucking shit in characters. It's like, oh, Superman fights a bad guy and he wins. Like, that's different.
The only Ryan Reynolds movie that I've watched more than once is one that he has a small role in, and it's Adventureland. It's becoming one of my favorite films.
No book. I love that movie. I'm a hopeless romantic.
You got the first word right.
Bro, I was the only kid, like, middle school or high school. I was mid I was mid please.
I saw them filming that movie in Charleston when I was in college, and I don't know why you think it's such a great movie. Like, again, I would never want to spend time watching these movies again. To me, actually being on Clown House, recording my ugly bald head on YouTube, is like me doing what they do and me not wasting my time, even though I know it's a waste of time. I'm just saying that movies, if you calculate the total number of hours that you have spent consuming movies and that opportunity cost lost, It's unbelievable how much time, it's unquantifiable what could have been achieved if it wasn't for the mass hypnosis and commercialization of pictures.
Yeah, but it's art, and I would recommend, and this is probably what I'll do for the rest of my life, is I don't want to watch any more than maybe 5 movies a year, new movies, but I want to go back and watch the classics that I might have missed, which there's not a lot of movies. I'm pretty big into film, and there's a lot of shit that I've seen. When it comes to the AFI Top 100, there's like 4 or 5 left that I haven't seen. Eventually I'll get around to that. Some of the Kurosawa films are things that I'll probably visit at some point because people, say that you gotta watch them. So I'll go check them out. But there's movies that I watch over and over again. Like every year I'll go to the theater and I'll say It's a Wonderful Life. There's just different times of the year when I'm watching movies. My very favorite film of all time is Night of the Hunter with Robert Mitchum. I think that's one of the best movies ever made. Tom Browning's Freaks.
Wait, I gotta ask you a question about that movie. When that old lady shoots at him and he runs off hooting and hollering, is he just being like crazy, and funny? Like he's demented. He's so demented. It's like, I don't know. It's a terrifying and strange movie.
Yeah, I think it's a must watch. And Robert Mitchum's Cape Fear, if anybody's ever seen Scorsese's directed Cape Fear with De Niro and Nick Nolte, if you thought that was good at all, you should go see the original Cape Fear with Robert Mitchum. It's Gregory Peck, much better film. Robert Mitchum plays crazy better than anybody's ever played crazy.
I don't know. Do you ever dislike the fact that everything you've watched is just a clone of the former version of it, and the original does seem to be, better, or if not as good as the new one, like Cape Fear, for example? Do you ever think how could this be that there's nothing new or original? I mean, it's business. It's a business formula. It's obvious that you just want to copy what's already been successful because you got historical data and you can, this is a good bet. So
there are some exceptions to that, though, right? Like Wizard of Oz has been adapted a bunch of times. A lot of people think that the 1939 Judy Garland version of Wizard of Oz is the first one to ever make it to film, and it's not. And so, but that was far superior to the earlier ones. So I do think that Batman's another one that I would say Christopher Nolan's interpretation of Batman is better than what let's say Tim Burton did, in my opinion. But no, I take the point. I will say this, and people hate when I say it. You guys are gonna hate when I say it, but I think that the movie is usually better than the book. I know people like to say that the book is always better than the movie, but if you've ever read Mario Puzo and then you watched The Godfather, or if you were to have read Wise Guy by Nicholas Pileggi and then watch Goodfellas, specifically in the gangster genre, the books, they're boring. They're boring books, but then they make these great films.
really, I like Puzo's Godfather. I thought that book was a lot of fun, because it really gave you a deeper insight into mafia or the extent of the power of the Godfather. I thought it was a fun book.
I think the only value that I really took out of it was the character that they build up, that they don't build up properly in the films, which is Al Beery. I think that he's probably the most underappreciated character from any of the films, and he was consistently fucking loyal. He was Al Beery.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think, you're born penniless and you die penniless, so with regards to human behavior and the advent of the picture business, humans have been obsessed with recording themselves and publishing their pictures, their videos, their creativity. So what I'm trying to say is the economy, careers, business, life in general, as they like to say here on Clownhouse, at the end of the day, everybody's literally just an actor, and it's a question of, if every man and every woman is a star, it's a question of your picture business in a way. I'm just trying to say that humans seem to be obsessed with creating videos and watching videos.
This is true. But here's something that I've given thought to. I'd love to hear your guys' opinion. Is you said that people are essentially actors. I think the people that go through life where it's kind of scripted for them, whether they live in a family where they're forced to go to church and then they go to work for doing a job they don't like to do. I think those type of people are actors. And then there's that smaller people that actually are authoring the activities that happen in their life, and they're proactively writing the script of their life and directing it. And so my advice to people would be the writer and director of your life and not the actor that's just reciting lines.
Well, I just want to add one more thought, is that technically prior to the internet, databases, digital storage, movies and pictures, people, because all those things are now digitized now, everybody in the 20s, 30s, and 40s technically uploaded themselves to the internet in the 20s and 30s, without knowing that there would be this internet. So I'm just saying that storage of memories, or memory storage through pictures and videos, it seems like that's what's lasting. And the fact that we are now rehashing or redescribing all of our memories and all the movies we've ever seen and our critique of it, it does seem that pictures and movies are always going to be the thing for human behavior, activity, and consumption.
It's because stories tell, but videos sell. Do you think it's possible? I like that saying. I'll write that down. True. Do you think it's possible, though, that the future conversations down the road on social audio, when people gather in the future to talk about things, that reparations would be discussed for people's likenesses that had been exposed and exploited, and then you have a whole new generation that are fighting for reparations because of the exploitation and the unpaid labor of actors that that didn't get to profit properly from these moving pictures. I think it's possible that reparations will cover some of these stars that didn't get paid for the fame that they're going to achieve in the future. Specifically, people like Orson Welles. As long as people continue to say that Citizen Kane is like the best movie, which is not, it's not even his best movie. Touch of Evil is. But yeah, I think there's a reparations conversation coming for these actors.
Okay, though, Orson Welles to be where the world is.
Yeah, he's just a fat guy reading to a dumb public.
Which
Orson.
it was amazing what happened with that. They announced maybe before or after, and they created an actual unit. Just by his voice telling them that they need this actual comic book for the world.
But that was unintentional. I think what we lived through in 2020 and beyond, where it was intentional,
That was
where it's the intentional panic. The pandemic was really War of the Worlds, but with intentionality.
I didn't feel it that way, but well, okay.
Let me ask one more theory. Do you think America's decline, or economic output, or industrial productivity declined as a result of an increase in a media creation and consumption curve? Because our mass distribution and our greatest export really has to be probably considered Hollywood, the movies and the music, and that influence and huge revenue driver for Los Angeles, Hollywood, New York City, etc. What I'm trying to say is now that everybody has a cell phone to create their own movies and consume their own creations or consume all the shit that gets pushed onto you by the algorithms, what I'm saying is America will never ever come back to a state of manufacturing, expansion again, because the desire to consume digital information is so powerful that distraction requires everybody to be constantly looking at their cell phone. No one will ever start making shit in this country again because the addiction to cell phone usage is that strong.
It is very strong. We have an AI revolution coming, and we have a robotics revolution coming in less than 3 to 5 years. So that is going to be a wave that will make us more productive, but maybe not more employment, for sure. So there's a huge sea change coming there that people really are going to have to digest. And we'll see about production. I think you guys are mentioning some really interesting shit. I'll show you a dummy theory that I came up with. You guys probably know I'm a wrestling fan. And I was thinking about the decline of Western civilization, and more specifically the U.S. After the fall of the Soviet Union, right? Between World War II and the collapse of the Soviet Union, there became this era where there was no competition, there was no other superpower. And if you go and look at pro wrestling, the best times to watch pro wrestling was when there was competing interests. For example, in the 70s, they had a territory system, and they weren't necessarily competing, but they all had their own products, and they was thriving locally. There was massive matches going on all the time, and like in some markets, like in Dallas, Texas, they were doing wrestling every day, and then the big show was on a Friday night. And if you go into the 90s, which was the last big boom era of pro wrestling, WCW, owned by Ted Turner at the time, had put a lot of money into it, and for 83 weeks in a row, they beat WWE in the ratings. 83 weeks in a row, they were the winner. WWE was on the ropes. And then what happened was, after getting their ass kicked for 83 weeks in a row, that competition fueled them. And that's when they came out of that 83-week slump with people like The Rock and Stone Cold and the whole Attitude Era. And it became the biggest boom era we've ever seen, bigger than when Hulk Hogan was there. And so the money that they made, Stone Cold Steve Austin 316 shirts, that merchandise, it sold more than all the other stars combined. No, like Rock, Hogan, all those guys combined don't touch the money that was made by Stone Cold. And so I think the decline of Western civilization is the fact that we don't have a true competitor. And so we make these things up, like, oh, we're competing with China. China doesn't have they're building a navy, but those ships can't even fucking cross the ocean. I think that what we need is a real competitor, and I'm hoping it's not China, because I don't want to fight them. I'm actually hoping that India gets off their ass and
See, now this, you may call this philosophical, but I do believe that the now is all important. And so if you think that there's this moment in the future of winning something called the AI race, it's still in the now. And so what I'm saying is that there's a 99.9% chance that the status quo right now is gonna be the status quo in what we call the theoretical future. It's my opinion.
But is the now like actually now? Because if it's actually now, then it's a few seconds.
There's
ago.
only, literally, if there's no past, there's no future, there's no now.
I think there should be a spectrum of now, like maybe like a range from 5 minutes ago to 5 minutes in the future. I think we define that as now, and that would be a better definition of now.
The point is, when you search the experience of what now means, it really means that the real can only be now. Therefore, you're living in a compression of the past and the future. And that's why I say the status quo in the future will probably be what it is right now.
I'm gonna kind of agree, the whole 5 minute, past 5 minute future, little bit of, time. You're actually alleviating the quality of time and everything you're saying. Within your quality of time may be negated, but there are moments in time that are suspended in our memory. There is just those moments that can be forever and always, but can be something we don't think about again. I think you're maybe discounting that aspect.
Plato said everything on earth and heaven is now. Actually, it's been
I think that's stupid to move. Try every verb, try to like make up a quote of your own and attribute it to somebody and see if anybody can call you out on it. This person today just has to
People already do that all day.
Oh, me, no, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not reading.
So it's kind of like concrete height, Roger.
Something familiar.
I don't know, the real quotes are pretty crazy. Like, Ben Franklin, beer makes everybody happy.
There's some truth to the real quotes, like one of my favorite, which is very echoed over the clubhouses. All I know is I know nothing, Socrates, but I can get the philosophical message there. It's like you can't
Oh, so
possibly,
great.
yeah, like you know everything, no one can know everything, but is it really possible?
Oh, but you have to be reminded of it with a big fuck you.
Can you know nothing though?
Moose, I have that Socrates quote tattooed on my left arm. It says, "I am the wisest man alive, for I know one thing, and that is that I know nothing."
That is the correct.
However, you gotta realize,
You asked if somebody could know nothing.
in that statement,
Water probably does that pretty
in that statement, Socrates says, "I know the no thing, which is the nothing." So what is the nothing? That is technically God.
Hey Roger, have you ever asked water about his PTR? What it means? How he can't explain what it means?
No, I don't ask him any questions. All I know is like if you show up in like groups, like Patty and other lefty guitars, he's like in there and there's people in this group that we just tolerate because they've been around for a while. That's the way they put up with him. Like I just sit in the audience and I'm like, oh, he's there.
So wait, PFC Ekron, why are you standing like that with your left arm jutted out? And why is there a black strip over your eyes that says Afrikaans Nazi? Like, can you explain this incredibly stupid PTR of you? I assume that's not actually you. That you wouldn't be that
The
stupid.
guy from the Oklahoma National Guard who immigrated to the United States from South Africa.
And he joined the army or the National Guard. I mean, so wait, Water, explain yourself.
John.
Water, why don't you just give us a quick little brief bio about yourself? Or not. Never mind. Thank you very little. Please proceed.
Well, I guess if he's asleep, Roger, you should probably move him down to the audience.
Let's charge my phone.
Well, wisdom comes from above. So, I mean, go ahead, give us a little bit of a bio about yourself, Dr. Water.
What's going on? We want to know what your PTR and why you say
No, we don't want to know. No, we don't want to know. That's not what we want to know. Hold on. Let's if we're gonna get water. So, if we're gonna get water to contribute in any way, I just want to know water. Like, did you vote for Kamala Harris and why?
No, I did not. I don't subscribe.
Would you vote for?
I don't subscribe for the past two elections.
What do you mean you don't subscribe?
It's not a Twitter account or something you subscribe to, Dr. Water.
That's what it feels like, to be honest. You like Toro College, I mean,
Water,
now that,
Water, do you live in West Virginia?
yeah, I do.
Is anybody in your immediate family from their system?
No, not that, to my knowledge.
Water, if we were to make you king of America or king of the world, what would you do for we the people? Thank you, Dr. Water.
I would abolish the crown altogether. I would represent 51% of this population, which are women, in our administration, in Congress, and Senate, the House of Representatives. I would do a lot of basic need shit. I would give us our universal basic income. And when I say I mean I would usher in the inevitable. Grant more automation all the fucking way. You know, the United States government currently pays $1 trillion, which is $2.5 trillion
It's the Roger
Because
Van.
we're cutting domestic aid, we're cutting our own, birthright, social services. And if we're gonna go one step further, I think, now is the time more than ever to consider owning our money, just like, West Africa is doing by cutting the billboard money.
Okay, so pretend I've never heard of APAC, and pretend to be, and you know what, some of the people in the audience have maybe never heard of it. So in your opinion, what is APAC and what do they do?
It's foreign aid to Israel. It's basically creating social services for Israel, which is completely fine. I have no issue supporting any nation that is asking for help, as long as they don't commit genocide and war crimes around the rest of the world. I'm completely fine if they're a good neighbor.
So hold on. So my question then, so Marshall is going to Medicare, Social Security, interest on the debt, military spending, and then Jimmy then said, what about APAC? And now what we're worried. Hold on. And then I asked you, okay, well, what is APAC? And so this thing, when we're talking about the holistic budget, the thing that you zeroed in on was a body called APAC. And so then I asked you, I think a fair question, hey, what's APAC? What are they all about? And then your response was, oh, it's a body, since it's the interest of Israel, which, by the way, that's not what it is. In fact, it's not a foreign body at all. It's an American body. And so my question is, why did you mention that? Is it because it's Jews? Does that have anything to do with why you mentioned it?
No, it has everything to do with
Because you also mentioned genocide, which isn't true in the same sentence.
Yeah, so
said
why?
that.
And you mentioned
Did
genocide.
you see Superman? I'm not the only one talking about it.
So, some of these people are fucking retarded. It's good that we get them to talk out loud every once in a while, but this is the way their brain works. You're in a normal conversation talking about government spending, and then his mind just radically drifts off into like, those fucking Jews! And this is the way the left thinks about things. Not to say that there's not anti-Semites on the right, so those of you that are from the tribe, I know, the haters are everywhere, but the lefty Jew haters are a particularly weird bunch. They isolate their criticism about some very funky things. They make up lies, they talk about words they don't understand. I'll bring this retard back up. I'd love to get his definition of what genocide is. I don't think he'll have a very good, he doesn't want to come up. But we'll send the invite and see what happens. But if anybody else that thinks that there's genocide going on anywhere in the world, because I would imagine that you guys are so knowledgeable about the conflict there, you probably know about other conflicts as well. It's amazing though, just how obsessed people are with this.
You know, he also said that he
the weirdest thing to me is, they don't even fund APAC. The United States government doesn't give any money.
well, he called it social services, which technically is not, totally inaccurate.
What? No. It's utterly. The United States government does not give any money. I know line item.
Dude, we're talking about Israel here. They are the lobbyist organization on behalf of American Jewry for Israel.
Water went off on a tangent now. He went off on a tangent.
He's an idiot, but we reverse engineered his stupidity.
Spent money on APAC.
We get it, Marshall. We know he's a schmuck.
Every year is fund foreign aid. The Israelis get about $3.5 billion a year. Water, just so you know, that makes it less than 1% of overall federal spending. My point to the original conversation, sketching out how much money we spent, was we already spent the majority of money on ourselves. This idea that we can somehow have the universal basic income is just utter.
Marshall, let me ask you a question, Marshall.
It only makes sense if you believe in modern monetary theory, and you believe in the idea that money grows on trees and it never has to do anything. Because if you rearrange the federal government to do any of what you're talking about, Marshall, do we
Comments that you know the truth. Like, it's so crazy. I mean, I don't even know how we would have an equal for him to have a debate with. Like, I'm trying to think who's stupid. Maybe we can get a debate between him and Victoria, which, by the way, I don't think Victoria's stupid. I think Victoria's just lying. She's,
Dr. Mojo, I got a question for you. Is it hypocritical to want to...
Hold on. Can you ask me one?
I'd like to ask you a question, Mojo.
Go right ahead, fire away.
So is it hypocritical to want to drastically cut federal spending in Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, the national interest on the debt, and the NDAA and defense, but also still want to even increase funding to Israel?
Because we get money back that way.
No, I'm saying, what I'm trying to point out is if there's one country in the world that I think America should support and should give even more support, is the state of Israel. Is that hypocritical to think that way?
Hypocritical, no, because we should be allowed to determine our priorities. I personally don't like federal aid, even foreign aid at all. I don't like corporate welfare. I don't like social programs like Medicare or Social Security. I want to cut all of that stuff. But I would have a packing order for it. What I would start with is foreign aid. But I would start in America. Like giving $6 billion to the IRGC, for example, that should never happen. We should cut off foreign aid to our enemies, then cut off the aid to people that we're neutral with, and then draw down the spending gradually, all the way down to zero, even with our allies, because a rich nation like Israel, they can buy these weapons. And I have to tell you, many of my friends that are in the tribe, many of my friends that are in Israel, they totally agree with me. But here's the reason why, the fundamental reason why I don't think the U.S. should give the funding. And the way that we get the funding is in a voucher, and they use the voucher for buying weapons. I think they can buy the weapons themselves. If we want to put them on a payment plan, that's fine, but I think they should pay for it. The reason why I don't think we should gift them is because then we want control of the decisions that they make, and I don't think the U.S. is in any position to make those decisions. I don't think that we have the backbone to be able to make the kind of decisions that they need to make. It's an existential threat that they face, and I don't think any foreign influence, including from an ally such as the U.S., because let's be honest, we're opportunistic and transactional about this as well. And so I think for the long-term viability of Israel, I think it's in their best interest to not have any nation state influencing how they defend them.
Hey Roger, I was gonna mention Alex on stage. I'm not familiar with the person, 12 followers, but they do have an Afghani room, so maybe they want to chime in here.
An Afghani room?
Yeah, they have an Afghan room. But they only have 12 followers, so
What do they talk about? Like goats or opium?
I guess like a bunch of Aussie boys and stuff. What's up, Alex? Welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much.
This is
Hopefully everyone's good.
How do you
Spit it
feel
out.
about something?
Look, if you've got something interesting to say, say it.
Like what?
Okay. All right.
About the state of Israel.
No, he failed the test. He failed the test. Look, if he's really eager to get... Look, when you fucking get up here and you unmute yourself, be ready to speak. You hear the people are talking. You see that I'm cranky about shit. Why don't you get up here and do the fucking long introductions? It's fucking boring.
Yeah, tell us if you love Jews or hate Jews. That's all we want to know.
No, how about this? How about we stop talking about it? Look, whether you love Jews, whether you hate Jews, the obsession with Jews is fucking weird. It's weird.
Well, no, he just came up during the conversation about Israel, so I assume.
I hear what you're saying, but you want to have the conversation. I'll entertain it to expose them, so then people can choose.
Yeah, that's what I like doing.
Because they're genocidal weirdos, but it's weird.
I love when they come up and they're like, "Fuck Israel, fuck Zionist, fuck pigs." You know, I love it.
you
Yeah, no, I don't love that at all.
did you
It shows everybody. So
No, no.
it shows
No,
everybody.
Rich, I don't love that at all. And the fact that you love that is a little fucking weird. Well, because, no, it is. I like, look, I'm not picking on you, Rich. I'm just saying that, like, if we want to ever get past this, you know what we're gonna have to do? We're gonna have to stop obsessing about the Jews. Why is it? Like, you guys are all jealous of them. You go like some people hate them. Some people are just envious of them, which is a different way to show your hate. And like, to just leave them be. Leave them be.
I understand what you're saying, but like when these people do, like you said, exposure aspect. You know, when they do come up and they're like, "Well, I want to fucking kill all the Jews," like then people come around and they're like, "Oh shit, maybe I should look into this and like realize like the Jews aren't the bad guys here. And, you know, it's these fucking murderous demon pigs. You know, like the Muslims. That's all."
Yeah. Hold on real quick. I don't want to have the same fucking conversation that we've had for the last 2 weeks. All it's going to do is make me angry, and then I run the risk of getting clipped or beheaded because I say that the Prophet Muhammad fucked a 9-year-old girl, and he's a fucking pedophile, and 2 billion people that worship this guy are a bunch of fucking creeps. See, I say these things, and you guys laugh when I say it. Eventually, you're going to get the news that Mojo's been beheaded, and then where are we at? Like, what did we get out of this? Well, like, I'm going to get beheaded.
You know what I thought about? He might come up and be like, "Actually, you know, I'm an atheist, and I think like I support Israel." So maybe there's hope.
Okay, can we change the subject before I get beheaded?
You know, I created a room earlier today called In the Muff, and it wouldn't let me create the room because it considered the word muff to be profanity. And
That is why all the words run together. That's the only way I was able to.
oh, oh, I see. Anyways, I just wanted to say I do find it amazing how long this room has been going, and also the fact that there are 1.2 thousand, chats. Like, that's a fucking. I mean, what a killer show today, dude. Unfucking believable.
So Alex, you're back on stage.
Okay, thank you so much. I think you're talking about the Israel, like early, the one gentleman, they asked a little bit of disrespect to Muhammad, but this is their own choice. Whenever I'm a Muslim, I respect every religions, every color, every.
Would you mind if I ask you a question? Of
course, why not?
Okay, well, you said that you thought that was offensive. Is it true that Aisha made the claim that she was 6 years old when she married the Prophet, and she was 9 years old when he fucked her? Am I making that up, or is that true?
Okay, no, here is the actual thing when happen is different. Here's the people when they think is different, because when we talking with the
Rich, I blame you for this.
okay, yes, that's correct. It's happened. That's fine. Totally, I'm agree with you. When we talking with the scholars, like the Islamic scholar who they have deep study on that one, we ask them, hey, how can possible to 9 girl goes to like 60 or 50 years, at that time. But they said to these girls, God give you a strength. Like now is a girl over 18 is, allowed to do something. But at that times, God gave strength for this girl when she was 9 years old, then for Muhammad, like as a wife at that time. But like most of people they're thinking, oh, 9 girl, like the 50, because this is like 1,000 years ago it's happened. But still people there is like a little bit for them is shock, everyone ask, especially with the like Muhammad in
So
Muslim society.
Alex, let's get to the point. Do you think she was old enough?
Okay, at that time, God
Do
gave
you
you.
think she was old enough?
Okay.
Yes or no?
No. Like from my perspective, right now, I'm saying not. But at that time, like 1,000 years ago, God gave you strength for this 9 years old girl. Because when we talking with the scholar, like before I mentioned, who is deep studying in Islamic, we ask them, hey, how can possible like that 9 years old girl with the 50 or 60
Alex, we
year old
heard
guy.
this already. You're repeating yourself, sir. What do you mean by God giving her strength? What does that mean to you?
Okay, Prophet Muhammad is a messenger from the God, God can do everything. We're not gonna say, okay, we're not agree because God is fine this world, if we're talking about that, God can do that, God can do that. At that times, God, like when we heard from the scholars,
What does she need strength for?
okay, straight that for the dating. At that time, like when she is, like she is like accepted as a wife. When she was 9 years old.
Wow. This is
Only I studied, but the rest of I don't have like exactly information like people say, why is happened that? She is 9, she's perfect for that.
Alex, you know what? Look, I'm gonna just tell you shut the fuck up. And it's not because you're defending the pedophile. It's because this accent is driving me up my fucking wall. I cannot do this accent. Not one more fucking word of it. Can you please just chat? Just type out shit in English and just listen to people speak English. Maybe you'll get it down. Tomorrow you can try again. But right now, you are fucking killing me with this accent.
What the hell is going on? What's the matter about my pronunciation
Alex.
and my speech? What?
Sir,
What's the problem?
sir,
Why
listen.
hate with my pronunciation?
Sir, listen to Necro here on stage. He speaks perfect English. I think you need to open your ears and listen to the world famous Necro. He's one of our best English speakers here in America.
Okay, English is not my native language, okay? English is not my native language. But English is your native language. Because this is not good. You say, okay, your pronunciation is not. Here's 100 people that have different pronunciation, but you'll be not saying, oh, your pronunciation is not like black people, they have own pronunciation, white people, they have own pronunciation. You cannot say like that, kind of.
Hey, don't start talking about my people now. Don't start talking about my people. Just because, look, you got to get the English language down a little bit better to be able to participate. It's a stage, it's an audio app. We're trying to communicate in our native tongue. If I went to your room where you guys are fucking talking and I jump into that conversation, you're probably not going to like my American accent.
I'm American. Who say I'm American? Who can tell me you're not American? Why you tell me like you're American? I'm not American. No, Americans. Why somebody told me like that?
Alex, what is the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution?
Okay, I have American passport. I came to here 2016. I working for the U.S. Army 2008 to 2017. I service for this three nations. How is possible somebody told me?
What did you do in the army? Were you a translator?
Okay, 2008 to 2017. I did multiple jobs. I was a laborer, I was a mechanic, I was an interpreter. I done for 9 years job for this country. I've injured 3 times, bomb blast. But now somebody told me, hey, you're not American, I'm American. No, I'm proud of I'm American. Nobody can tell me that, oh, you're not American. This like discriminations.
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying.
So, Alex, which country is the best country in the whole world? Is it America?
Well, rather than America?
Yeah, what's your favorite country on the planet, Alex?
Okay. My eyes right now, the only best country without politician. Like politician, blah, 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 blah. That's everybody.
Hold on, Alex.
Yeah, for the freedom.
No, Alex. I'm going to reframe the question that was just asked to you. Do you believe that Israel is the greatest country on planet Earth?
Okay. Israel, like when they're fighting with Palestine, this is their own issue. But I respect them, whenever they're doing anything. Especially, like I'm from Afghanistan. I have to be say like that. We're not hate with, We're not hate with Israel. Why I hate with Israel? Israel not help me. Israel not threat us in the whole country. Because Iran is my neighbor country. Iran kill us. Iran destroy my country. Especially when the war between happened, I'm a Muslim. Oh, I do that. Yes, that's fine. But over there, the fighting is not for the religion. The fighting for the benefits. Okay, if my brothers have a problem with the benefit with me, I gonna fight with my brother also because everyone your own benefits. Over there, like most of time, the Muslim world. Oh yeah, they're gonna do the blah 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 blah. Yeah, maybe sometimes the mistake is right. Blah 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 blah. That's it should be not do that. But at all, we not hate it. Yes, against Iran, we support Israel. And especially, I'm in America right now. In the another days, I was in another space. They told me, hey, why you support Israel? Blah 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 blah. Blah. I'm saying, if Israel they have threat our country, they kill our country, like people, then I'm gonna say I hate you now. They did it, But now we fully
Alex,
support Israel.
could you maybe give us a compression or a summary, or what would you do if you were king of the world? What would you do for we the people?
For who people?
If you're the king of the world, what would you do to fix the world?
Oh, okay. If I'm the king of the world, okay, yeah. I take China leaders, Russia leaders, American leaders, Xi Jinping, the another 5, 6 leaders I bring to the table. I tell them, what the hell is going on? What are you doing? Stop the war. Please, get the life like a brothers. Don't fight each other. If you fight each other, I'm sorry to say, I want to kick ass everyone. Why are you fighting each other? Say, blah, 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 yeah. I want to say like that.
The Democratic Party one. I think you could be the head of the Democratic Party if you put promise. He said you should be the president, Alex. That's what he said.
Me, yeah, now it's in Afghanistan, if I honestly tell you, a lot of things, like I working with, like before I mentioned, I know a lot of stuff is going on in Afghanistan. Most of America, they don't know what they're doing. Because now it's Afghanistan suffering, more than Palestinians. Because the Taliban is a very bad people. They destroys everything. Even the women's, they're thinking like these animals. Women, they're thinking this is only for a dating. Even they not to speak as a woman.
Alex,
they're thinking like.
Alex, I hate to interrupt. I want to ask you another question. Do you think a $2 trillion annual deficit, is too much debt? Do you think that America spending $7 trillion a year is too much money to spend?
In Afghanistan for the last 20 years?
No, in America, I'm saying, do you think that the United States government is borrowing and spending too much annually, daily?
Okay, I will talk in Afghanistan. I don't know about another things, okay? Because I came from Seoul.
Fuck Afghanistan, you're American now. He's in the Matrix. I like this guy. You're in the Matrix, Alex. You have no
All
signal.
right, hey, can we agree he's our favorite Muslim so far this week?
Yes, 100%.
Got off to a rocky start.
Okay. No. Okay. Afghanistan, my heart. When Brian hearts come together, they're gonna come straight, That will be like, hey, I know I'm American. Why? I'm American proud of. But I'm not gonna say, oh, I'm from Afghanistan, but I don't like Afghanistan. This is lying. No. The strong things in the body. One thing, for the last 20 years.
Hey, Alex. Oof. You want us over, but I just want to caution you that the accent is still a problem for me, and so maybe fewer words, shorter sentences. Maybe let other people talk a little bit. Yeah.
That last mission was rough, buddy.
Okay. I want to say, for the last 20 years in Afghanistan, America plus NATO, they spent $1 trillion. But most of money, they not for the corruptions. They not, for example, they give you from the top to the bottoms. They give you, for example, $100 million for one small room, for one small road. they will be corrupt. First of all, American donors, in the second, Afghani donors, then come to the third is contractor, in the fourth one, there will be nothings. This is America spend money like a paper in Afghanistan. When I
All
was
right,
in
hey,
yeah.
hold on. Listen, you've reached your word quota. We're gonna have to put you on a timeout for a bit. We're gonna get some other voices in here. We'll bring you back. when it's time to
We appreciate what you're saying.
Okay. Thank you.
We're not,
Okay.
we're not telling you you can't participate. We want you to stay. We're just saying there's some other people that have been waiting to speak, and we're gonna let them do
Okay.
that.
Okay. I'm gonna go. Thank you so much for that. First of all, misunderstanding. I'm not that kind of person.
Oh, you're great.
All up is my heart. Only for that one, yeah. I'm Muslim. You're another religion. I respect them, because sometimes back and forth, like you thinking, oh, this guy is Muslim, maybe they hate with that. I'm not gonna hate in the world. I love world. I believe human being.
Okay, you're done with
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, thank you, Alex. Come again.
Thank you so much.
Can I ask a question to Hekima?
If he's here,
Hekima, are you here? Can I ask you a question? It's about minimum basic income or universal basic income. I'm wondering what your thoughts might be on the topic.
You ask me or somebody else?
Someone else.
hey, okay, look, Alex is our friend. He's our new friend. Don't bring him back up though. He's used too many words. So he can come back tomorrow. He'll have more credit tomorrow to use. Hakeem, are you there? You sleep.
When I say UBI, you could also call it reparations. And if you think that they'd be two separate federal programs, funded by two separate agencies, please let me know. If there's anybody else in the room here, like Necro, young Necro here, what do you think about a universal basic income, versus maybe reparations or combining it in a grand omnibus bill? What do you think, Dr. Necro?
Oh, I'm all for it. In fact, I actually think it would be vastly superior to the welfare state. I would replace it with the welfare state any day of the week.
What do you mean you would replace it with the welfare state? Can you give us a little more elaboration? Thank you, Dr. Necro.
I think you meant the opposite. Replace the welfare state with
Yeah.
Got it. So you believe in infinite debt. You don't think that the fiat currency system has limits and that we should just continue to borrow and spend, with no regard to debt?
I think that simply we're not going to have a functioning economy in the future because of, technology replacing a lot of the work that we have. So, it would be better than, people not, being put out of work and having no money to spend.
So do you think eventually there will be clubhouse rooms with just AI chatbots chatting with each other, and there won't even be humans chatting on a social audio chat app anymore?
No, it's not work. It's just that, it's just the finding work will be, put out because of jobs in the future.
No, what I'm trying to say is that the future economy clearly is going to be people sitting in social audio chat app rooms with their fingers up their butt, thinking they're doing work, but they're actually not doing anything, and therefore they'll have to be replaced by AI chatbots to come into rooms to chat about nothing. What do you think about that, Dr. Necro?
That kind of describes a lot of people who I would think are rich, but in general, it's probably something a lot of people have speculated, not to demean Mojo in any way, have speculated that he gets paid to do what he does in many ways with all the time he has to go Clubhouse.
People have speculated that Dr. Mojo gets paid to come on here to have casual conversations about economic topics, political topics, and movies for, why, who would pay him to come here to use a social audio chat app? What a ridiculous thing to say, Dr. Necro.
Who pays YouTube to have people just do
Okay, but to think that Mojo here is getting paid to do this as opposed to being here because he finds it fun and interesting and worthy of his time. I mean, do you think, I mean, you can ask him, Dr. Mojo, do you get paid to run the, to run your Mojo? Clearly that's a no, Necro.
I do, but I have a Jewish agent.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I believe he does have an actual job that's not just being in Clubhouse dealing with idiots, or maybe he does deal with idiots just on Clubhouse. That's his job. But in general, I would say that like, yeah, like if you want to talk about what is functional, I mean, technically, whatever brings in money is what is something that.
Okay, we got it, Necro. Necro, what do you think your positions are in most contrast with Mojo's? Like, what three, just get it, 3 quick sentences, what do you think you and Mojo conflict the most about?
It's interesting. He asked me a question the other day whether I would choose between putting in a minimum wage into law and a maximum wage into law, and I said maximum wage because I think in general that having some people who own more wealth than the bottom few is diminishes other people's opportunities in many ways. But
Okay, that's one contrast. Give us a second, opinion on what you and Mojo you think conflict or create the most friction about.
Well, I think it's interesting. We butted heads about healthcare. I think though we don't disagree though in many ways. I think he might agree with me that healthcare in the United States to some extent does suck. I think we might just disagree about the solution, about how to fix it, which is where the right and the left clash. And it really is like the debate about whether healthcare is a human right.
Okay, so income and government healthcare. What's your number 3, Dr. Necro?
I think it might. That's interesting. I guess maybe what was the reason why the drug wars was initiated.
So you think that there's a different reason on why the drug wars were initiated?
Or maybe, maybe not necessarily disagreement, but essentially what was one of the motivations, because I think it was partially motivated by racism.
I knew you were going to get to racism sooner or later. I just needed to prove it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Necro, can you explain this racism angle?
Yeah, so basically, I think really just in general, the fact that the drug wars was initiated, what was it, around,
1971.
sorry, what?
1971.
Yeah, and so basically you had, Richard Nixon, of course, his greatest opponents were hippies and also just anyone who was the minority, not just black people, but in general it was like black people were like the greatest and minorities people who were poor. And so it was kind of a part of the Southern strategy was implementing colorblind racist policies. And since African Americans were in poverty, targeting the drug wars was a way in which they could get the racist vote.
And Necro, do you identify all humans by their, color and appearance, or as an American, do you ever refer to people in America just as Americans?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's one of the things that I agree with Ron Paul. Like, Ron Paul's asked how you would address, Arabs for liberty, and he said, like, why would I be different? Like, it's like that's kind of the way, I think.
I can't understand what you just said about Ron Paul and this Arab Liberty Party.
My point is like I would like to move beyond race. The fact is just essentially is like people are treated differently based on their color, even if it's not intentional.
Got it. But you don't see that there's a political, racial identity politic to even what you're doing right now by bringing up, race in the drug war. I mean, I agree with you that I think the fact that, my own father has arrested thousands of people for smoking cannabis, or hundreds of people, I don't know how many exactly, but, as a cop in the 80s or 70s, I can't believe that they would take a cigarette smoker and here, have all the cigarettes you want. You can buy them here everywhere. But if you're going to smoke a different leaf product, we're putting you in jail. That to me is so insane that the government even got away with it, that they can, imprison you for smoking a different type of cigarette. That to me is, there should be a Holocaust museum for cannabis smokers in this country.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, it's like, it's definitely up there with redlining, but of course, I mean, yeah, it doesn't surprise me that, in general, it's like, is it any coincidence that, gang violence, spiked up along when the drug war was declared?
Mojo, what do you think about cannabis imprisonment and American history with regards to cannabis legalization and or prosecution of cannabis users?
I think the United States has always been retarded. We could talk about the hypocrisy in which drugs we allow to be legal, which ones we schedule to be really just a scourge of the earth. And it's comical to me, especially when you consider that the prohibition of alcohol lasted 12 and a half years, and we learned nothing. The prohibition of alcohol should have been a lesson to say, if it's something that people want to do, even if there's some negative externalities from doing it, doesn't mean that the best solution is to prohibit people from doing it. And the war on drugs is now over 50 years old, and I would argue that ending the war on drugs would be the single best thing that we can do to reduce violent crime. I'm not 100% convinced that usage would go down, but I'm more worried about the violent crime that's associated with it, because when you make something illegal and you can't go into a courtroom to adjudicate differences, you have to have your own system of justice. And this is why every street corner in Baltimore or Chicago where dope is sold is a potential war zone. If you're selling dope on the wrong corner, there's going to be somebody to tell you that that's a no-no. And not to mention how it gives birth to the cartels. Street gangs and cartels are direct creation of the prohibition of drugs in this country.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, it's like, I mean, the laws apply and still applies, I mean, to, drugs, and so, I mean, people will, do it through the black market, pretty much, if they want to do it, so, I mean, that's the way it was, with prohibition.
But
I mean, my solution to the drug war is legalize and tax drugs.
Listen, I mean, with
Well, look what happened to the cannabis industry in California. They overtaxed that, and now they brought the black market back.
well,
Human trafficking to support the growing labor.
Don't you think though that all these other narcotics outside of just cannabis and alcohol are extras, and if you're going to recreationally utilize these powders or other substances, and you see the disastrous effect of these people on the street just hunched over zombie states, like that kind of shit is not cool. I mean, I got a person living on my street corner right now, and I'm thinking, like, how long is that person going to be there? And, how can I even help that person? It's very difficult to help homeless people. I don't know if anybody here has ever actually gone to the effort to help some random homeless person on the street, but it's not easy, and it's a little bit like coming to a clown house room with somebody who is easily agitated, extremely emotional. It's, anyways, my point is, cannabis dispensaries, in my opinion, are great advancements in our American liberty, but a lot of these other drugs are not useful as chemical additives to the human body, and I think if you just, like Mojo said, it is correct about the street cartels, and it is because of prohibition, but I don't know how you create dispensaries or pharmacies that allow people to access that type of drug for absolutely no reason other than to be hunched over in a street, in filth. Like, I don't know how you control it all.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, it's like, I mean, like, the drug wars, I mean, like, Mojo mentioned violence, it's like, to me, like, yeah, the main reason I think the drug war is bad because it's like, it has only increased crime, in states, and like, it's only been shown that when you, legalize things like marijuana, crime surprisingly also drops in those states.
Hey Roger, you there?
Somewhat.
Oh, okay, cool. Hey, do you know Drew or no? I was gonna mention, if you don't know Drew, Drew has 21 rooms of wrestling, so you might have a common interest if you don't know him or not.
Drew, who's your favorite wrestler? My favorite, Cody Rhodes. That's your favorite current wrestler? I mean, for right now, but I know, God bless Hulk Hogan. I know he was one of my favorite legend wrestlers from the '80s.
I met Hulk Hogan at a trade show called, it was like it was a Martech thing, but it was like for the direct mailing response advertising industry, and he had this hosting company that they put his name to. It was called Hostomania, or Hulka Hostomania. Anyways, I took guitar lessons with a guy that he was in a band with, and when I told him that I took lessons from this guy, he immediately wanted to, get my number and get my former guitar instructor's number so he
Was
could.
that in Tampa?
The trade show? It could have been in San Francisco.
No, I'm saying the band.
Oh, probably, but my guitar instructor was here in Chicago, but he told me that he played in a band with Hulk Hogan, aka Terry Bollea. So, anyways, I'm just saying Hulk Hogan was, really, really kind and nice, and
So, Roger, I was gonna ask, maybe you could find out if Drew's a serious fan. What would a question that only a true fan of wrestling would be? What would be the perfect question?
Name the top 3 best wrestlers. Yeah, and it should be pretty easy.
No,
It should be pretty easy.
No, hold on. That's opinionated. You asked
Hulk Hogan, Hulk Hogan, Hulk Hogan, Hulk Hogan, Hulk Hogan.
Oh, hold on. If you really want to answer this question, if you want to ask a question that's going to get to the heart of whether somebody loves wrestling or not, is you don't ask about who their favorite wrestler is. You ask for the favorite match of their favorite wrestler. So, if you were to, it's easy for somebody to say that they like Cody Rhodes, but if you ask them, what's your favorite Cody Rhodes match, this will reveal a lot.
But look though, I'm not saying your favorite. I said
Tell me, the
the best.
question wasn't for you.
I said the best, right? So I'm going off the total amount of wins.
Hogan versus
Tony, put the old English down, put the new part down, you'll be here training.
Oh, English, nigga, I don't drink. Fuck liquor.
Okay, alright. Drew, so what's your favorite Cody Rhodes match?
My favorite.
Cody Rhodes versus Logan Paul.
I
shit,
love
too,
the
Drew.
one when he became the Universal Champion. That was my favorite one of that WrestleMania.
So my favorite Cody Rhodes match was when, before AEW started, him, Kenny Omega, and the Young Bucks, they put on a show, an independent show, sold out 10,000 tickets almost overnight, and the match that he had was, he had just left WWE after the Stardust debacle, and he was wrestling for the NWA heavyweight title, which the NWA is now owned by Billy Corgan, the lead singer from the Smashing Pumpkins, and he wrestled Nick Aldis for the title, and he won the NWA title from Nick Aldis. That was my favorite.
Mojo, you sound like you slept with Big McMahon.
You sound like you sleep.
And you slept with that old skeezer.
Did we find out who's sexier? What's going on? This must be Hickey Michigan.
Nah, since you assume I was drinking, I assume you were damn molested you. Yeah.
I'm not Muslim.
Roger, who's blacker, you or Tony?
Yeah. Hey, listen, Mojo, you better watch it, nigga. I'm a fucking bomb in room, nigga.
You're gonna do what? You're gonna do what?
You heard what I said, nigga. I'm a bomb in this bitch.
You're a bum in this bitch?
I'm a bomb, nigga, ready to detonate. Fuck wrong with you?
Listen, cuz, I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but,
Nah, you heard what I said. I said your dad molested you. I said your dad molested you, bitch ass nigga. Your dad molested you, faggot. Faggot ass nigga.
fuck up hard.
Your dad molested you, faggot.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. It wasn't funny when he was playing in your ass, though, was it? It wasn't funny, was it? Nah, it wasn't funny when he was playing in that ass, bitch ass nigga.
Yeah, this is.
Did your dad do something?
Nah, it wasn't fun when he was playing in your ass, bitch ass nigga. It wasn't fun. It wasn't fun. You.
No, that was, you can't just yell. That's not fun. You wanna talk. Like, I'm happy to hear your insults. If you have some game experience, you can't just yell. That's not good content.
You know, Mojo, a couple days ago you were saying, "Who hurt you? Who hurt you?" And I think that was a
Stop
perfect.
censoring Tony. Mojo is censoring Tony.
Yeah, I wanna ask Tony a question. I'm gonna bring it back up here.
Yeah, don't censor my boy. And Cody Rhodes versus Logan Paul is the greatest match of all time. Fuck all of you.
I'm gonna bring Tony back up, and I wanna talk to him in depth about the treatment that he has for sickle cell. Let me see what the fuck he's gotta say.
What's the treatment for getting molested, faggot?
Okay, sickle cell. Tell me about it.
Yeah. What's the treatment to get molested, Mojo? Faggot ass nigga.
We'd have to ask your mother.
Like, Tony, you're also mistaken because...
Yeah, you still dealing with childhood trauma, you faggot. Take that asshole out, nigga. Your dad been in it. Faggot ass nigga.
Tony, like, you're so mistaken because Mojo's not that good. Like,
That he a faggot. You goddamn right he a faggot.
Hold on, guys.
You goddamn right.
Hold on.
And he can't prove that he not a faggot.
I think this could be fun. If you Hold on. This could be fun if you just settle down a little bit. We could have a lot of fun, actually.
Can you
You
imagine?
just can't continue to yell.
Can you imagine that there will be an AI chatbot to replace, Tony at some point? Like, that personality shouldn't be lost to time.
That is true.
If you had to guess, what do you think that guy does?
I would say probably collects benefits or works a meaningless, menial job. Like, works at a gas
Really? Let me look at his profile. Does he have anything?
What
in it?
gave that
Kinda
away,
detail?
Jimmy?
The over urban sounding.
No way. I think that's authentic.
Urban. There's a couple guys, they do the accent and they act out and they're like white 15-year-old kids.
No way, dude. This one's way too
That was
authentic.
100% a 35 to 40-year-old black guy.
Yeah, that's not some 16-year-old white kid doing that voice.
I don't think, you see, the thing that confuses me is someone that's 35 years old, black, and that retarded, I doubt can pay their electricity or their cell phone bill.
No. I mean, you gotta understand, he is road raging when he comes on stage here. That's his dopamine creation, but the theory is, if all communication is projection, he's using Mojo as his, sacrificial goat to project all of his trauma. Don't you see, Jimmy, what's happening here?
At 2:14 a.m., I doubt it. See, not someone that retarded.
No, bring him back up, and I think if you listen closely, you will actually hear a man projecting years and years of personal trauma onto Mojo. That's my opinion.
In my opinion, 2:15 a.m., a black retard, no cell phone.
No, you gotta understand what is happening at 2:15 a.m. in this man's world. He's on his fourth glass of Hennessy and Courvoisier on the rocks. Jimmy, this is a man's entire soul literally letting go and giving up what his entire being is at 2:15 in the morning. That's what's happening here,
He
Jimmy.
should be doing crack, trying to find crack. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like going on Clubhouse to.
This is free dopamine, Jimmy. What don't you understand? The cost to get the dopamine from this app is next to nothing. So that's what he's doing, Jimmy. It's extreme.
That's nowhere near as much dopamine as crack. I mean, have you seen Hunter Biden's interview?
Were you listening to what he was saying? He's literally talking about how his father pillaged his asshole, and he's screaming that onto Mojo. That's a powerful dopamine creation statement to make, Jimmy.
Yeah, he definitely was projecting. That was a little bit of a Freudian thing there.
Yeah, no, he kind of reminded me of a guy I remember named G-Man. He was a Christian who defended slavery. It was,
Look at Necker trying to bring the conversation around to Christianity and slavery.
You can't be a Christian and defend
So subtle, Necro.
yeah, I know Rich, you have a problem with me talking about.
Oh no, I was actually just gonna ask, does anybody think that Connie looks like Priscilla Chen, Mark Zuckerberg's wife? I always think that when I see her down there, I'm like, it looks like Mark Zuckerberg's wife.
Yeah, well, I know that you have issues whenever I talk about Christianity. Like,
Oh no, I was actually just ignoring it. I was just messing with you. It was just your subtleness.
you felt
Yeah,
for
issue
me
with
to talk about it, so you
got an issue with it? What's going on?
Let me ask a question.
Necro is.
No, I just have issue with
Fuck Negro.
who defend slavery.
So let's bring up something more modern like Facebook and Mark
Jamie,
Zuckerberg.
I agree with that, and the way I troll Necros by calling him necrophilia.
So Mark Zuckerberg has said that you can now have super intelligence, aka his Meta, AI chatbot. My question is super intelligence just a code word for super surveillance?
That's what concerns me about people like Peter Thiel who want to create a surveillance state.
See, it's really an ad economy though, so it's the same thing as Alexa and everything else. Your cell phone's constant listening. If I talk about a roof repair, I need a roof repair, I'm gonna see roof repair ads tomorrow across my 50 different cellular devices.
Wait, I got a question. What happened to Alex? Did he leave or did somebody kick him? I went and took the phone call and then I come back and he was gone.
No, Alex, he went down to the
American,
pool.
I'd like to know what your thoughts are as a MAGA. What are your thoughts on people like billionaires like Jeff, or what's his name, Musk, and well, I guess he's not really a part of it anymore, but people like Peter Thiel, one of the greatest donors to Donald Trump. I mean, do you think that Peter Thiel represents most of the people in MAGA
I think Peter
as the
Thiel.
leader.
Peter Thiel is a very sensuous man. He is an elite homosexual who has incredible gay sex with elite men. And as a straight heterosexual Christian Republican fiscally prudent person, I don't think spending billions upon hundreds of billions of dollars to give to Palantir to create a new third-party surveillance.
The only thing you were there, John, is conservative in those things you named.
I'm just saying that Peter Thiel, when I see him, he gives me cooties, or I get like a little nervous. You know, he doesn't seem to me like the kind of guy that I want to go to an island with to have a great weekend in a lap of luxury. Because I'm living in my mom's basement, drinking Miller High Life, smoking weed, running for Congress. I'm not on an incredible island surrounded by naked men and software developers in India. Like, I'm not running that kind of business here. But to answer your question succinctly, Necro, and I will land this plane, all I can say is that if Peter Thiel is interested in contributing to the campaign to elect John Kitover, just go to johnforcongress.com, Dr. Thiel. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, I mean, the reason I asked is because to me, I just wonder about if MAGA is concerned about, Americans' lives being, made better. I just wonder, would you ever trust that a billionaire has the same concerns that you do, necessarily? So that's really the only thing I think really.
Listen, Necro, I don't know how many bankers you know, but there are a lot of patriotic bankers that, though they make great money, they don't throw their money around and waste it. Most people die and never even spend their fucking money. So people who rip on rich people and billionaires who are still fiscally prudent and conservative in their lifestyles, and they're patriotic. There's a lot of malignant people that want to lump all wealthy people together, but there are great wealthy people out there, and I hope maybe you meet some of them sometime, because they're not all about their money.
But do you see a difference between somebody who has, who's wealthy and somebody who has $1 billion?
Yeah, but people that have $1 billion are still gonna die, dude. You're born penniless, you die penniless, and really it's about your personality and whether or not you can find peace in your life. There's a lot of crazy rich billionaire people who are very neurotic and will never be happy, and they didn't have a traditional lifestyle. People like Peter Thiel. Maybe if you're an elite super gay person, you can adopt babies and suckle them at your nipples with your gay lover. I don't know. It's not my cup of tea, Necro. I know you've made love to trans people, and maybe you regret it, maybe you don't, but I hope you find a beautiful woman.
That is the truest thing
I
you've ever
hope
said on
you
this
find
stage.
a great income, Necro. I hope your life is traditional. I pray for you.
That's another thing I've always wondered. I've heard that because I've been attracted to trans women. But I would like to know if I'm attracted.
Well, it does make you homosexual.
If I'm attracted to trans men, am I homosexual?
No, that would make you a straight man that has a fetish for women that like dress like men.
Okay. Well, I guess that's consistent.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a biological male that you're attracted to, then yeah, it makes you homosexual.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did we figure that out?
No, I mean,
work it out. Sorry.
It's consistent. I mean, but yeah, I understand. I mean, I do think it's weird that essentially any person, Republicans have obsession with people's sexuality.
Oh no, we don't care what you do. We just want to use like the correct terminologies and definitions. Like, yeah, if you're attracted to someone who's biologically male, then that makes you homosexual.
Even though I'm attracted to female features.
Okay, then maybe you're bi.
No, bro, I'm literally just roasting you because I think that this is a roast app, and I am self-deprecating, and I do not mind insults, but I love flattery.
Yeah, John has the LGBTQAARP flag hanging up in his house, so he's okay with you, Necro.
That's a yoga conceptually. They have co-opted the beautiful rainbow, and I had that chakra thing. I want to take the rainbow back and claim it as a peace symbol as opposed to an LGBTQ propaganda symbol.
Roger, I just got a question for Roger. You still awake or not?
Yeah.
Did you ever think in a million years that John Kitover would be on your stage every day for like a week now?
No, it's not the first time we've talked. I mean, like, I've always.
Well, yeah, but he usually comes up for like a few minutes,
I feel like you're new to Clubhouse, Rich.
No, I've been here like 4 years.
Like, I feel like I have more history. You know what it is? I feel like, in some weird way, John and I have been connected since I first got on this app. But he played a villain. This is how I like to think of it.
He was your kingpin.
Nah, we'll go back to comic books. It's more like we're both mutants, and like I've got more of the Xavier thing, and he's got a little bit of the Magneto thing, and then sometimes there's things that are going on where the mutants need to team up. So that's the Facebook.
I think that's great because what's interesting about Xavier and Magneto's relationship is they're kind of opposites in their powers, but they need each other to amplify and magnify their powers.
Let me ask you this, John. Do you think that the election, if you were to outperform people's expectations, would you take politics more serious, or is this just like something that you're doing to help advance?
I think it's just like killing two birds with one stone. But I mean, in terms of like taking it more seriously, yes. I mean, I actually do need to like shut down what I'm doing and focus specifically on the campaign. And tomorrow is the first of the month, so as far as tomorrow the 31st. Yeah, today it's the 31st. Anyways, the point is, I think I can, outperform what is possible. I mean, I'm gonna go to the top 10 cities pretty soon and just go to business locations in those top 10 towns in the district and start filming conversations with local residents, or try to find people on Craigslist to do those interviews. But I think getting the communication aspect and doing publishing, I mean, even if I don't win, I'll be making movies out of this. So to me, it's a win-win. It is killing two birds with one stone.
Do you plan on pushing yourself into the debates?
Well, another congressman that I know that ran, in a similar district, he got one debate against this guy Raja Krishnamurti, and it's done by like a local news source. So I want to hire or get Scott Jones to reach out, or I will reach out to the Democratic candidates running against the incumbent Republican Darren LaHood, and do debates with the Democrat candidates, and then hopefully get a debate with the incumbent Darren LaHood.
What do you think is an issue that you have a unique spin on that you think would be popular amongst the likely voters?
To me, if I just analyze my own life, it's property taxes and income taxes that I'm most concerned with, and then all the hidden taxes, the water, the sewer, the garbage. It's just too draining. And you had a former young speaker on here, a young woman, even though she's making great money, she can't live within her means. So I think the education system is just a cartel. 65% of our property taxes going to these teachers and their unions to teach our kids fucking nothing. Meanwhile, these children are addicted to their cell phones. We have to stop borrowing and spending. Not many people know what the word borrowing means. That means spending money you don't have. What we are doing is so insane, and the craziest thing to me is that it works, and but I think that if people and aren't really focused even on their education, and the teachers suck. I mean, we're just lying to ourselves, and we're all a bunch of hypocrites, maybe.
The part that I can't figure out is when it comes to untying the thoughts that people have in their head about how government should work. They start with things like the government should do this, the government should do that, and I would love to figure out a way to just introduce the thought process of the government should not do this, the government should not do that. If we could just simply get people to think that way, I think everything from taxation to, fucking drug laws, you name it, I think it would be much easier to get people to come around to a more common sense approach to what government should and shouldn't be doing, if we could just get them to think through the lens of what government should not do.
Do you ever think that like everything is bitted up, meaning that everything in reality is completely organized and essentially underneath the control of someone or some collective organization? And so because everything is completely hyper organized, meaning that like that's the human tendency, but if we wanted real freedom in the way that the founders intended it, we wouldn't have allowed all of these insane organizational agencies. I mean, literally the IRS and the entire accounting industrial complex, it's such a huge waste of money and time. There's just huge sectors of the economy which really shouldn't even exist. They're totally artificial, and like you said earlier about import duties and these taxes, it's really to protect disorganization, or to allow organizations to continue to profit by essentially monopolization, or some other function to that matter. So I just think it's because it's 2025 and everything is so hyper organized. It is one giant fucking system where you can't step out of it. I mean, you are bagged and tagged at birth with that social security system number, and from the baby ward to the crematorium, your entire life, even when you die, I mean, it completely gets reorganized and reviewed. So it is a huge mousetrap, and part of me likes to think that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe, and that the resistance to the system is a you problem. But I just know that the biggest problem, or what I could offer to the constituents, is an alternative approach to the spending. Because Medicare, Medicaid, $2 trillion, that's a lot of money to take away, that, through more organization, or cutting out the fat, or cutting out the waste and abuse and the fraud. I mean, that could save $500 billion a year. That's an insane amount of money that you could gut from that and still have the same productive output and same outcomes. But you would get administrative and salary expense decreases. Doctors would take 20% pay cuts. So, welcome to the reality of fiscal prudence and forensic accounting, because you can't just theoretically keep borrowing. No one here in their own personal lives would do that, because it's irresponsible, and you'd have to eventually declare bankruptcy. But maybe the government has this Frankenstein superpower that it never does declare bankruptcy, because it's the government and it's super normal. It's not you and me, so it has a special set of rules that we can never achieve, because it's conceptual. Anyways, those are my thoughts and opinions.
Have you thought about going to local Chamber of Commerce meetings?
Well, the local chamber of commerces in my immediate area are all controlled by a liberal LGBTQ few psychopaths. And I actually don't mind dating liberals, and I don't mind meeting with liberals because, like, just like you said earlier about, Magneto and Professor Xavier, the 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 pairing of opposites really does get you to a silver lining, because even if you're a far right conservative, it's the far right liberal, that does the cake for dessert, meaning that we all need each other, even though we may find each other to be very obnoxious. But no, I haven't been going to local ones. See, I don't live in the district. I live in Chicago. This district is in like the central corridor of Illinois, and this is like going to be a multiple hour, drives out to these areas. And I'm going to do a lot of organizing off of Craigslist. And I want to meet, political activists. I don't care if they're on the left or the right, but I need people on the ground getting signatures starting August 1st.
Yeah. So the activists is interesting because those are the people that are like, you want them to be kind of radical and be aligned with even just one issue that you care about, because then they'll go out there and passionately pound the pavement. But the other thing that's interesting that can get you some buzz is if you started figuring out who the real players are. Like, obviously you would know that like unions are powerful. If you can set up meetings to talk to union leaders, you can even not support unions if that's your position. I don't know, but meeting with the powerful people and just simply tell them that what you're interested in doing as a candidate is setting up a meeting so you can listen to them. Say, I don't even want to pitch you on my ideas. I just want to listen to what's important to you. They're going to ask you anyways what your positions are. But if you could ask them a bunch of questions, figure out what's important to them, and just connect with them on a human level, if they ever have a bone to pick with the candidate that you're running against, then they will use you. And that's the thing that I think people forget about politics, is that there's powerful people that represent voting blocks. Union leaders are great at this, other activist groups. But I would talk to everyone. You never know who can become an ally and for what reason they will ally with you. I have a friend that got elected to city council. He first ran as he first ran as a libertarian, and he got like virtually no votes. And then he just kind of hung out and made friends with some people that were somewhat influential in the community, and he got assigned to a position on a committee. And then he made a couple of friends there. And then there was a woman that pissed everybody off on the council, and they were trying to figure out somebody that they could work with that wasn't a threat to them. And when the woman was up for re-election, basically they basically groomed my buddy to be able to win an election simply because they didn't like the alternative. And so if you can just show up and not be the worst person, circumstances could lead you. And I know that you've got other motives here too, like just filming it, just kind of maybe talking some shit, being out there being provocative. But if you go out there and just talk to people, like just literally just look for an opportunity. I wouldn't even like overthink what the opportunity is. Just make a list of who are the most powerful people in terms of the influence they have over voters. And if you could just get meetings with them, whether it's over coffee or whatever it might be, you'll be surprised the kind of doors that opens. Because they'll plant ideas in your head that you and I could never come up with in a million years, because they know people. And what they may do is they may just say, hey, I know who you need to talk to. They can be the introduction to somebody that agrees with you 100% on one or two issues, that has deep pockets and might want to fund you or do some sort of project. and agrees with what you're saying and wants to like find a way to platform these ideas in a way that can inspire other people that might be, no offense, more electable, and then you can be the guy that that lights the match, and then somebody else comes in and takes the credit. Kind of like the way Water was, Barry Water had ideas, but then you have like Ronald Reagan that comes in and like kind of put a face on it. I think if you took this just a little bit serious, I think you'd be surprised at the doors that you go, because fresh ideas, people want to talk. Reporters will talk to you. People that have influence will talk to you, especially if they think that there's a snowball chance in hell that someday, somewhere along the line, that you might be the guy. Like, if you can convince them that you're serious about this, people will want to meet with you just in case you have powers in it.
And on that note, I just popped in to tell you happy belated birthday. I tried to get to you to tell you the other day, but happy birthday.
Yeah, I agree with you on what you said, and I think that communication outreach and finding out a list of 100 people to call, to get meetings with, to send emails to just because I'm gonna ask them if I can record the conversation as a podcast. So if they don't let me or they don't want to, well then I'd still like to talk with them. But part of this whole thing is to try to document it. And I think Thomas Massey, and what he's put out about, I don't know if you saw the Theo Von podcast interview, but he really goes into detail about what it's like serving in Congress. And most Americans have absolutely no idea how the entire, capital formation and capital flow process happens from lobbyist to congressman and congressman, or congressperson to constituent. And, as a constituent, I mean, has anyone in this room ever had a direct impact from voting for a congressperson and what that meant for funding for something in their immediate life? Anyone? Anyone?
Am I audible? You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Somebody you might want to talk to, I'm not sure if you're familiar with, if you talk to him on this app, but Stephen Bader, because of the work that he's done with the Republican Liberty Caucus, he knows Thomas Massey. In fact, Thomas Massey was on a Twitter space where we were doing a fundraiser. There's a mutual friend of Stephen and I that was doing the fundraiser for Congressman Troy, and Thomas Massey comes in, and Stephen asked a question, and Thomas Massey goes, "Oh, Stephen, it's been a while. I remember our talks. You like, it was basically like a Twitter space talking about how they would have these hour-long talks while Thomas Massey was campaigning and talking strategy, and because Stephen Bader was involved in a volunteer community, and so like he's a known quantity. Like Thomas Massey knows who Stephen Bader is, and if you have anything that you think that would be in alignment with this, with someone like Thomas Massey, Stephen Bader is somebody that can literally introduce you to him and his team.
Well, if you go on YouTube and you type in Stephen Bader, you're going to see a lot of my videos, and I don't think Stephen Bader is a fan of my artwork.
Yeah, but you can change that. It's all situational.
No. Stephen Bader hates my guts. He is not a friend to the campaign to elect John Kitover. But his videos get views. Like I put up one recently called Stephen Bader Dating Advice, where he went on for quite a while about how men are pigs and they don't know how to treat women, and this is how you get a woman, and it got a lot of views. The Stephen Bader Dating Advice. If you go to YouTube, I can put it in the chat. But it's got almost 1,000 views now, and I like Stephen Bader. I think he's a very nice, pleasant person to talk to. But anyways, I'm gonna create.
He actually, in the volunteer community, this is what I would say: get somebody that's a mutual friend to reach out to Stephen and just say, "Hey,
was in an X.
I invited. Aw, dang it! I invited him in. I was gonna get him on stage.
I was in an X room with him like a couple weeks ago, and he goes, "Oh my God, kick him! He dances naked on camera. Kick him now! Kick him now!" He had like a meltdown knowing that I was in the room, and so did Andrew Meyer. As he continues to have his KB little rooms, and but I don't know. See, these people do not talk about controversial topics. I mean, Stephen Bader will never discuss 9/11, the Federal Reserve, COVID-19, the JFK assassination, or anything of any kind of interest that perks up the ears, and that's fine. I mean, I know what you're talking. I mean, talking about marketing and political campaign strategy to win. I think, but your original advice about just requesting listening meetings with unions or major corporations would be interesting and fun. But anyways, it's a lot of work. But I think I should try to get like I would call secretaries AI campaign strategists. Make everybody an AI campaign strategist. 'Cause for a lot of these people who work for the campaign, it will lead to other employment opportunities for them after the campaign is over. So that's also a fun part about doing this. When you get people involved, is you open up a lot of doors for other people. But hopefully, this door opens up to Congress. And I want to thank you because if you go to Instagram.com/JohnKitover, that's JOHNKIT over, you will see about 50 videos I recorded just today on that Instagram account, which didn't have a lot of content, but you were featured prominently on John Kitover on Instagram. Anyways, the reason why I have recorded the Roger Mayhem movie is because you're one of the great organizers and thinkers on this app who basically corrects a lot of really bad ideas and really ignorant thoughts. So I salute you, sir. And I think that if there is a herd psychology, you conditioned a lot of people with Roger Mayhem. I mean, even when I created that fake profile, it only lasted for a couple hours, but the point is, it's a fictitious character, but it still conditions a lot of people with the right way to think about things.
The simple fact that it was a fictitious character was one reason why YouTube wouldn't take down some of the shit that you were doing. When I was going through the process of Clubhouse was easy. When you were I was like, hey, this guy's got fake profiles, check it out. But I was able to get to the right people. So, on YouTube, it was different. On YouTube, you have to go through you probably know the process better than anybody. But when you go through it, if you claim that the person's impersonating you, if you claim that hey, they're they unauthorized recording, whatever the fuck it might be, you have to first validate. I would have had to produce identification that my name was Roger Mayhem, and so YouTube was nothing we could do.
Yeah, that's when I realized it was like a perfect, operation to do because of that fact. I was like, wait a minute, why does everybody think that this guy is Roger? And it's this Brunson or whatever that PTR, it's that Australian guy, right? Like the criminal or whatever it is. There's like a documentary
No,
about
it's not. It's an old pro wrestler from the '70s named Oxbay.
Oh, because there's some kind of documentary about an English mafia guy who looks just like that.
Yeah, Bronson. The movie in the movie it was played by Tom Hardy.
Well, anyways, I was just like,
But no.
yeah, that's when it clicked for me. I was like, why the fuck do I can just be Roger Mayhem, and the fact that I'm bald and got this mustache thing going already, I'm like, this is the perfect online game to play because it'll confuse the hell out of anybody that comes across it. Is it me or is it this person's voice? It was a perfect way to amplify what I was doing. But again, I think my Elon Musk. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, the problem was that the timing didn't work out. Like, if you could have been doing that at like peak Clubhouse when Healthy Debates had 1,000 people a night in the rooms, there could have been some traction that happened there. But
Well, I mean, if you
that
just
got interesting.
most people never even took the time to go on YouTube or Google and type in Roger Mayhem and like see your interview with some podcaster. I mean, there's a lot of information in there, but I don't know. Most people are just looking at their cell phones.
Are you talking about the Ayn Rand one, or are you talking about there's a couple of them?
Yeah, the one that I listened to, it was about a whole slew of topics, but basically it's about spending.
Yeah, I did a few, and like they were all back to back, and I was like, you know what, this is a really bad idea. Like, it was, I stopped doing podcasts.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's like I'm using AI to write speeches, and so I'm going to, put a shirt and a tie and a jacket on and like actually record grok speeches using, keywords like the top 25 towns in the district, and tailoring those videos. But anyways, the point is, you realize that, these podcasts, these conversations, there's so much media, and you can create all this media and try to come up with good ideas or educate yourself and then regurgitate those new thoughts. It's like eventually you have to realize that Joseph Goebbels and propaganda, or that all communication is hypnosis. Like, there's a lot of sophisticated communication creators out there in the political landscape that will have supremacy in terms of the mind's eye and herd psychology. So I realize that live streaming these rooms I feel like are important, but my creative effort does have to eventually be dynamic or directed and focused with extreme intent of purpose, as opposed to just like having random conversations about movies and live streaming this and that, even though that's what I find to be normal and fun. But if you do want to win, you do have to create a mind virus, or at least project your image as a positive alternative to this current status quo.
Okay, so Steven said if for the next 7 days you stay consistently on track with like not crashing out and like acting all weird and shit like that, he said he'll give you 2 minutes to like give your argument on why you're wanting to run for Congress and see if he'll actually help you.
Was she talking about Stephen Banner or another Stephen?
Yeah, Steven. Yeah. Yeah,
I would have the exact same requirements to help you, Edmund. I would want to know that you could remain consistent instead of like bouncing around like a toddler. No offense, not trying to be offensive, just like if you can't stay on topic for more than a day, it's going to be really, really hard.
He's been doing really good for the last like 4 or 5 days, Marshall.
That's great. I'm very proud of you, man.
Well, I just got to say that I don't know what political consultants really do.
John, real quick, I was going to ask Roger a question. Roger, what would be like your best? Are you there, Roger? Or no?
I'm here.
I was going to ask, what would be like your best argument against anarchists? I was just wondering.
Well, first of all, retarded. The best argument is that they have no fucking plan. Their idea is to just abandon the idea that it's important to organize a society. If it's important to protect individual freedom, if that's your jam, right? And anarchists are all about like they want individual freedom. You have to have a mechanism for protecting it. I don't necessarily think that any nation state has done a good job of it, which would be their argument. And I would grant them that they're correct, that there is a lot of that says that the biggest threat to individual freedom is the government. The problem with that is that if you have no government, then if at least if you have a stated goal that your value is individual freedom, you at least have a chance to protect it. You have some semblance. You have things like the Bill of Rights. You have a court system. You have mechanisms where you can defend the rights that are asserted. And so you have to have an authority. Yeah, like look, if you go and read Atlas Shrugged, the anarchists love the book because they think, oh look, man, they just kind of dipped out of society and set up their own shit. But they're not anarchists. They had a judge. Galt's Gulch had a judge. And you need a judge. You need somebody that's going to be able to handle disputes. And that's the part that I think anarchists are just wildly, like, unprepared for. It feels like a philosophy written by 5-year-olds. And look, I have friends, good friends that are anarchists, like good friends. Spike Cohen is a good friend, and he's a self-identified anarchist, and he and I, we drove from Seattle to Richland, Washington, and that was about a 3-hour drive. We were in the car, and the entire conversation was minarchy versus anarchy. And this is a guy that's a great communicator. I don't know if you knew Spike Cohen. He's a great communicator. And 3 hours of talking about it. And after that conversation, I was more convinced than ever that anarchists are fucking stupid. And because he's a smart guy, because he's thoughtful, and he's a good communicator, he can spin it better than pretty much anybody. I think the more entertaining version of it would be Michael Malice. Michael Malice does an entertaining version of why anarchy is cool. But I think he does that to be. I don't think Michael Malice is an anarchist at all. And the weirdest thing that and this is where I fucking jab a lot of these guys. When I was doing all this shit with the Libertarian Party, we run into a bunch of anarchists, and they knew that I was like, like fucking like the number one anarchist. Like everybody else was like deep into the anarchy thing. And we would get into these conversations, and I learned about their personal lives, and they don't live like anarchists. None of them are like moving to Amish country and behaving like an anarchist. Like some of these people live in homeowners associations, and like it's like if you look at the way they live their life, there's nothing about the way that they style their life that tells you that they genuinely believe in the bullshit that they talk about. So I don't know. It's retarded. Did you ask me because Bima's in the audience?
So you think they're full of shit and they don't actually live by the ideology or the things that they espouse?
No, of course not. Like, look, the most anarchist people in the fucking country are the fucking Amish. They in fact, they have revolted successfully and have gotten out of paying many taxes. The federal government leaves them alone more than they leave anybody else in the United States alone. And so I still believe. Like if we were to get Bima up here, she would try to convince you that like I'm a voluntarist, and I believe in this and I believe in like no, she fucking doesn't. She doesn't know that shit.
So you're just saying they're all full of shit.
No, have you ever heard her when she's got her boyfriend yelling at her? Like,
oh god.
What kind of anarchist is in an abusive relationship? If you're gonna rally against this,
dude, he's still married to another chick. He's still married to another chick. Like that's so fucked up.
Yeah. Maybe you can
So
bring
wait,
she's a coward.
Mojo, how do you define anarchism? Economically, politically.
Well, there's different versions of it. You've got the anarcho-commies, and then you've got
somebody invite Beam up.
The anarcho-capitalists, and I think one of the problems that you run into with the people is that a lot of like I think that so if you think about it, if we had these warring ideas within the thought of being anarchist, you like they always talk about like the state has a monopoly of violence, and in an anarchy society, what they would do is they would set up these private security agencies, which you could do that now. There's private security companies now. You can hire private investigators. You can hire private security. You could do all those things now. The problem with anarchists is who has the fucking authority? So if you had your private security company and I had mine, and let's say I had more money than you, the chances are that my security company is going to be better than yours. But who has the authority to be the judge? Who has the authority to make a decision? When there's a conflict, there's got to be somebody that can adjudicate a dispute. And so if somebody says that they have the right to property, and then another person says, well, property is theft, right? Who's right? And who's gonna decide that? And if you were to ask Dina, she would be all over. I guarantee if she were to come up here right now, she would use 20,000 words and still not be able to describe exactly who would handle the dispute. And then if she was to describe to you a system that would allow that, it would sound exactly like what we have today. There would be somebody that will fulfill the role of police in the society. We just wouldn't call it police. Somebody would be the judge, but we wouldn't call him a judge. And you would organize a system where decisions are made, but we wouldn't call it a government. And so, like, it's just the most immature philosophy that I've ever come across in my life. It's just retarded.
Why do you think the internet didn't revolutionize, the political industrial complex or the legal industrial complex? Like, why aren't there drastic reductions in these complexes because of efficiencies because of the internet? I mean, it busted businesses and created businesses, like through decentralization, but no efficiency in government. So it's like, where did we go wrong with the internet in terms of our usage or deployment of it?
Well, I think part of the appeal to the internet is how decentralized it is. But there are some aspects of it that are centralized, like protocols, like just simple things like TCP/IP, for example. Like the internet, there's certain rules that you have to follow even for the internet. And organizations like ICANN come up and make these protocols agreeable. And then you have the tier 1 data centers that or the ISPs that are providing the bandwidth. And there's, as decentralized as the internet appears, there's definitely some centralization. And if an ISP gets a phone call from the federal fucking government and says, hey, I want you to turn these fuckers off, or they don't even have to call the ISP. They can find out who manages your DNS hosting. They can call the DNS provider. Let's say you're using Route 53 for Amazon. They can just call Amazon and they can say, hey, this website, turn it off. And Amazon will fucking reroute the DNS. And then everybody going to that website will get a 404 pager. And so it feels decentralized, but there's still rules, there's still governance. And I think the internet's gonna, feel like the wild, wild west. But I think it's a controlled experiment. And there are powers that be that know, as much as you might think that you're not being watched, everybody's being watched. And they're collecting all of this data. And you can do things like, proxy avoidance and shit like that. None of that shit matters. Like, if they want to know what you're doing on the internet, they will do it. And so I think there's an illusion of freedom on the
But don't you find that so much of life is just communication, and therefore, you know, there's most people, a large percentage of your life is wasted communication. Organizations, whether it's government or religious or academic, that are just kind of spamming you with redundancy or useless information because it's not relevant anymore, or it's just traditional. So I'm just saying that, like, this app, you know, the fact that there's no ads, there's only one little monetization nook for $5, and I think
Oh, you see what she said, Roger?
I did. She said she won't come up because you're a mod, so you're no
I
longer a mod.
was actually gonna say, you know what? I've never mod abused you one time, and I was actually about to offer to get out of the audience.
That's
and come
okay.
back.
That's okay.
As long as nobody mods her,
No,
she will kick me.
we did what we did, but now we're interrupting. Let's let John finish.
all I'm saying is that this app is like a case study in terms of, you know, cost efficiency, I guess, but in terms of organization, education, and maybe future generations of how they will receive, you know, education and information, you know, versus sitting in a facility, in a classroom, in a college with all that overhead to basically house people. You know, the commute, when I walk past the highway and I see just cars lined up as far as the eye can see, I'm just like, thank God I don't have to commute to a job right now. It's horrible, you know? So I'm just saying that this free telephony, these free conference calls, though they always seem to be, you know, comedy, roasting, and entertainment, in the future of America, if there is a financial crisis, and there is a drastic reduction in spending, you know, it's apps like this, like, I hate to sound like John Connor in fucking Terminator, but this app, you know, kind of proves that we can do things a lot more efficiently, because most people's jobs are just communication. We're not building anything here. We're shipping in everything in, and there's basically people that bring boxes to your houses now, whether it's some type of furniture item or a food item. I'm just saying everything is completely bitted up, but in the future, if spending is drastically cut and unemployment goes up, you know, this app can be useful for organizing and education and information exchange. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Like I was saying that you have to remove me from the room where no good conversation will ever come.
All of a sudden, she's a dictator. It's amazing. That's the other thing about anarchists.
No, I'm not a dictator. I appreciate it, Phil, but I don't. Yeah, you know, I would, but honestly, the harass, it's weird. It's just, I don't find it fun or exciting. Roger, I appreciate it. You could mod him again, but I thought that I'd be able to come up, but it's just, it's too predictable. So you could mod him. I'll take off.
Bima.
Wait, Bima. Like, you're not going to defend your position about anarchy?
I'd love to, but I won't. I don't want to talk on that stage with Rich. I don't want to. He's disruptive. Any stage that Rich is on is not a stage that I want to be on.
How about this, Bima?
I just wanted to be respectful,
No,
you know?
Bima, we're going to make a rule. If Rich unmutes himself while we're talking, I'll remove him from the room.
It's not about while we're talking. It's about the things that he says. It's of a harassing nature. His behavior is outside of the scope of anything that is reasonable or that should be taken seriously. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not
Yeah,
fun.
but Bima, I've heard you make some pretty radical and violent claims, and, you know, very aggressive claims on here. Can't you just let it go and forgive him, and, you know that, you know,
Yeah,
you have
I
a log in
appreciate
your
it.
own
And
eye?
unfortunately, I do. I have tried for about 2 years, but Rich is a constant stain. He's had way too many chances. I've communicated to him peacefully. I've asked him peacefully many, many times, but he still continues to do it, and it's just not fun for me.
Bima, let me ask you.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna take off. Go ahead.
Hold on, Bima. He's now in the audience. You don't have to worry about him. He can't hurt you.
Thank you, Roger.
Bima, I wanted to ask you, you know, after listening to you talk about Israel and the IDF soldiers and how angry they make you, I'm just wondering, have you ever been in a fist fight in the real world in your life? Have you ever gotten into a fight with somebody and punched them in the face? just saying, based on the emotional, based on the emotional communication I've heard from you on this app, I just got the feeling like this is somebody who has, probably been in physical altercations with people.
Yeah, no, I've never attacked anybody. They were, agreed to fights, but yeah, I was a kid, and I guess that's how we used to take care of stuff back in the day. It was with a boy too, both times. It was two guys. One time we had boxing gloves, and another time it was raw fists.
American or Edmund John, did you say ask or ax?
I was asking a question.
Okay, let's rock. Here, Bima's up here.
So yeah, I appreciate what Roger's saying, because he's not wrong about that. I have a frustration with my own community, especially like the most intelligent people in the community. When we try to organize about the like how we would or like a replacement, right? Because that's what we get most of the time. Like that's the number one. Like, okay, well, if we agree with you on these charges, then what are we going to replace it with? And the idea is that it's supposed to not be a one rule, like a one size fits answer response. So the structure, but like I said, either way, it's very frustrating for me too. And I've been trying to get the two of the biggest anarchists in the world, authors, two of the best, I believe, that they would be the leaders of, I would say, the leaders of the anarchist, the philosophical thought. I'm trying to get them to.
But how can you say that anarchy is even philosophical? It's basically anti-God. It's terrorism. I mean, every single day this country creates, $7 billion to $10 billion a day at the federal level. That system is not going away. And so if you are an anarcho, philosopher, whether it's a capitalist or communist, you believe in the destruction of that state through violent force. So that, that's why I asked you if you had ever been in physical confrontation with somebody, because you scare me. You're a violent type of person, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think, working outside of the system is better than working inside of the system. I think your biggest gripe is, and it's my biggest gripe too, is the flow of this $7 to $10 billion a day and where it goes and what it's buying through acquisition.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. I've actually, one of a brilliant mind on here, a philosophical mind. He's also, he feels that my position, that I take a dangerous position. And all I can say in response to that is, I'm the type of person that you don't have to worry about. I'm never going to enforce my preferences on you just because I have the right of the majority, right? The right, quote unquote. Might make sure I have the biggest gang. I'll never tell you what to do. I'll never violate you or your property. And so, realistically, in the real world, you also see me. You'll never see me complain. Voluntarily, I'll give my preferences, my associations, so that I feel. But I'm not going to say that you have to do this or you don't have to do that, right? You'll never see me reporting anybody on Clubhouse. If I don't like it, I leave. If I don't like the room, I leave. If I don't like the way something is, I'll voice it. If the people don't want to work with me, then I leave. You know what I mean? You're not going to.
Got it. Let me ask you another question, Bima. When you say property rights, can you elaborate, please?
Yeah, property rights. Property rights begin with the self as a rational human being, so you own yourself, and then the extension. So the Lockean model, I would say, just fair acquisition of property, piece, and that's it. property? Do you want the definition of property or?
No, I'm just, I have some legal problems, what you might call property problems, financial problems. And I gotta tell you, the judges and the lawyers I've dealt with, they don't read the fucking Constitution. The Constitution gives you the right to jury if it's over $20. And Bima, I don't know how much, legal problems or how many times you've had to go to court or deal with lawyers and judges. But I gotta tell you, it's their way or the fucking highway. And so when you talk about property rights, I just wonder, have you ever dealt with property rights?
Yeah, and unfortunately, the biggest injustices that I've ever come across is, you'll probably say, yeah, that's something you would say, but is when the quote-unquote legal system gets involved, right? Because all of this is just bullshit that the last dumb person, dumb Americans came up with and decided to say, okay, well, we got enough gang members to make this magical, so we're gonna put these magical words on a piece of paper, and if anybody violates it, then we'll do what we have to do. So, yeah, I don't think that there's negotiation. I think even family court, I go to move to say that family court is criminal court. I don't see it any different. Family court, civil court, and it's all criminal court to me. Some of the best, one of the biggest attorneys, defense attorneys, who worked in the field for almost 50 years, and he he was a defense against, usually against the state, so he defended people against the state, and he said that not a single case did he ever find that the government didn't abuse or overreach their power. Not a single case out of all of his years. So, I mean, it's telling. And all I'm saying is, yeah, we got one system, and let's not undo the system. Obviously, Roger makes, I said, great points. Let's use what we already figured out works. But let's also not restrict other people from using good ideas too, and coming up with good ideas, and legislating them out of their ability to do stuff or to operate differently. But that's going to be difficult when you have a monopoly of power, and Roger talks about it. So.
I have this interesting book by this female monk from the 60s who was part of the radical feminist, liberal hippie movement. But she noticed that all of her female friends were still extremely angry all the time. Even if you believe in your political cause, why she couldn't understand why her friends were so angry. So anyways, it's a story about meditation and finding peace. But I just wonder, can you find peace within yourself?
Well, of course I have. I found peace about, I would say probably about 10 years ago. It was very deliberate. Have you ever heard of Ken Wilber?
No, was he a pickle farmer?
Are you sure you haven't heard of him?
No, go ahead.
Well, anyway, he came up with a model, and it's very similar to a lot of the things that you talk about. There's sometimes like Zen Buddhism, Taoism, and as such, these types of things. So basically, he created this hierarchy of different, I would say they're archetypes, different levels of what you can achieve. It's like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but it's for reaching spiritual just flow and freeness. So I think you should be able to be alone with yourself, and you should be happy and at peace and be able to die easy. You know what I mean? Like when I said die easy, I mean like if you're afraid to die or you don't feel that you've accomplished, if you don't have a definite major purpose, if you don't have a meaning, if you have these types of things, they keep you from that. Yeah, you got to figure that stuff out.
Got it. Let me ask you a follow-up question. Confirm that you have found peace. I think that abortion should be outlawed in this country, and that spending $1 billion a month to kill 100,000 children is murder and genocide. How does that make you feel? Is it women's health or is it murder?
Yes, that's a great question. I think objectively, like scientifically, if we just look using science, we don't appeal to any type of, divine command theory, God, anything like that. I like to say, yeah, personhood begins at conception, because that's where each of us became a very specific type of human. And I would agree that it's murder. And I think the cultural mores have to change, and we have to adopt that. I think it would be much less as, see, what happens is the left and the right, they like to, I guess, skin each other, right? They want to attack each other, and they use different methods at different times, at different points, but they're doing the same exact thing. So you have the right that says, okay, abortion is murder, but let's use the government to get involved, right? But then what happens is the left is like, well, my body, my choice. So now you have a bunch of people who are frustrated, and they won't even acknowledge the scientific data, the overwhelming data that says consumption, like human life. Well, we could, go over the definitions and the iterations of what, like life, science, what they mean by that. But ultimately, human life begins at a very specific point that created all of us, and you can't really argue with that. But we have the left that can't even get to that point because they're in such fear of what the right is going to do in response to real people.
Well, Bima, I kind of only asked the question about abortion. I do, and I did because Victoria was in the audience, and she wrote. Wait, Victoria wrote in the chat.
Hold on, wait, can I ask a question for you?
No, hold on. I'm going to jump in here real quick. I don't want to get the abortion conversation. I just don't. But now that you're engaged, I'd like to ask this. If there was no government, and considering the amount of nuclear weapons that we have in this country, if there was no government at all, who would possess the nuclear weapons?
That's a great question. I would think that it would be similar to what we have now. We'd probably have multiple countries that have.
I'm just talking about the U.S. because we can't control other governments, right? Like if we're anarchists and we say we don't want a state, we probably shouldn't tell people outside of this old patch of land how they're going to handle their business. But I want to know specifically in North America, what would we do with the nukes?
Well, I served in the Army, and I was talking to a colonel one time who was a chaplain, and I asked him, what did you do during the Cold War in Europe? And this preacher, aka a chaplain in the Army, guess what his special job was in the Army? Not only was he working with the spiritual crises of soldiers, he was working on managing the nuclear arsenal. So he was intimately involved in the management of nuclear weapons deployed in Germany to prevent a Russian invasion. So in response to your question you asked, it's really like the priestly class who should be left with the nuclear weapons. It should be men of God and war.
American Army, I was curious what Bima, who is the resident anarchist, thinks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bima. My bad.
Yeah, just very simply, I talk about I think it's like Herbert or Oberon. No, I don't think it's Oberon. Maybe it's Oberon Herbert. But he talks about in an anarchist state how you have defensive measures, right? The difference, the military would be just as strong. We have everything the military would be just like it is today, except there are no offensive. So there just be defensive measures. And when you're talking about reasonable doubt that they have full intentions of attacking us, then I don't see what the problem is.
Wait, Roger, why would you want to detonate nuclear weapons in a different part of the world other than your own part of the
I
world?
didn't say that. I didn't say nuclear weapons. No, you can't do that. You can't use nuclear. That's the whole point. You wouldn't use that. Why would you use that to indiscriminate? It's an indiscriminate tool which is just going to kill a bunch of people.
Okay, but how many nuclears do you think we have in the U.S.?
How many? Oh, I have no idea.
Okay, well, let's just assume.
Around 5,500.
No, it's much larger than that. Sorry. But let's use that number 5,500. 55 warheads. In an anarchist society, we have no government. We have no central command. Where do these things reside? Do they stay? Okay, because we're going to have submarines that have nukes. We have a fleet of bombers that can be used to drop the nukes. And then we have silos, let's say in the Dakotas. Let's start with the submarines. This is fun. Who gets the submarines?
Whoever could make them, gets a submarine.
No, but we have them now. If the government was no longer in power, the government goes away tomorrow. We have submarines. We just allow the people that are in the military that were previously, under the ocean with these submarines, just let them keep the submarines.
Well, no, the military would still be the military. It would just be how we operate would change, right? So we can still, everything could stay intact. The only difference, like I said, would be we could only operate off of defensive measures. So we'd still have all of the Navy and the military, Air Force, and the reserves. We'd have all that, and all of it, of course. We would. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
How would a soldier, how would the submarine captain get paid? Like, who puts his payroll check into that direct deposit? Who funds that?
That would be today. Today is the taxpayers. In my society, it would be the payers of the service, which would be mostly everybody. I think everybody on this stage would agree that you want a military. Is there anybody on this stage that would not as honestly, would you not want to pay into military to defend yourselves and your family?
No, I would actually prefer to have tax rates as low as possible and not fund $1 trillion a year military industrial complex. I would prefer that we all get issued 357s with boxes of ammunition, and we build more rifle ranges, and we learn to defend ourselves cost affordably, cheaply, pragmatically.
I would prefer that we all voted on people to manage the military.
All right, hold on. I want to ask a question to the chat, because, you guys listen to this. There's some people that like the status quo. There's some people like myself that want to see a reduction of the size and scope of government. And then there's people like Dina that wants there
we know it. We're enhancing our abilities to come together, create like minds, and offer alternatives, better solutions. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay. So here's my question. So if we have if we're gonna have a strategy for dealing with our enemies, correct?
I mean, of course. I would hope so.
Okay, excellent. No, this is good news because I was getting a little worried that we wouldn't have a strategy. Now that we have a strategy, can you tell me who are the people that create the strategy?
They would be the people that we put into. What do you mean? They would be the people that would be.
It sounded like you were about to say it would be the people that we put in power.
Right. To be put into that position. That's correct.
Oh. Okay, now I'm confused. So who are the people that have the authority to put people into power?
The people who voluntarily choose to participate in it. It would be, like I said, everything, there isn't much difference. The only difference is that there would be an alternative, there would be competing institutions. That's it. So you would vote with your dollars. The only difference is you vote, and you vote with your dollars. So if you want to continue to participate in whatever it is, right, you do that. And you participate in whatever setup that is, whatever structure that is, and you put your dollars and your productive ability into that. If there is a better idea, that, right?
Okay. So let me ask you this: because it costs a lot of money to build advanced fighters and to resupply the nuclear weapons, but there's surveillance that we have. There's communication. Who coordinates that? And I'm just curious, who is responsible? Who have we deemed responsible for? Let's say, okay, we have 4 branches in the military. We have the Army, the Navy, Air Force, and Marines. Are we still going to keep those 4 separate branches?
Don't forget about the Coast Guard.
Yeah, the shallow water sailors. I don't know. But Bima, who would we still keep that structure? The 4 branches?
Yeah, I wouldn't know. That's not for me to answer. That would.
Well, this is my question. Who would answer it?
What do you think my last response? What did you get from my last response?
A very poorly thought out idea to try to explain away something that doesn't make sense.
Well, all we care about is what's in the drinks and gets ahead. What y'all talking about, bro?
Okay, I don't believe that was in English. If I was wrong, you need to bring that guy back up, and he'll have to wait.
Bima, this is almost like a job interview. I mean, I've been through role-playing situations where they want to know how you're going to respond to a situation. You're not really responding with any clarity. Please try to think, before you respond, think about who would you communicate with to, anyways, please proceed. Sorry.
Wait, hold on. I want to address the chat. Victoria says she isn't rethinking society. But no, that's precisely what anarchists are doing. In fact, all of the lessons that we learned that caused people to say we need to organize in a way that we have a standard. The American standard is individual freedom. And then we then say, okay, well, if we're going to protect individual freedom, we're going to need a structure to do that. We call that government. And then the government that we erected here, we have 3 branches of government. We got some nuance. We
principles will tell us that a demand will be filled, right? As supply is there, demand will be filled. And then they'll be able to remove their productive ability and put it towards something else, put it towards the competing institution that could get the job done better. And that's it. If there's multiple, if there's 3, if there's 4, if there's 100, whatever it might be, if they decide to communicate because they think that that would be the best thing to do, well, then now they're all communicating, and you still have you're operating off of explicit consent, putting your money where you believe that it goes because you think that something is effective and efficient.
Okay, a couple more questions. So we have no government. Is murder still against the law?
So,
Because currently with the government, we have lawmakers, and they decide what's lawful and unlawful. We still have laws in an anarchist society.
yeah, they wouldn't be laws as we understand them, right?
So how would we understand?
You'd understand them as the consequences for not reciprocating rights. So we define rights, and we understand that if you're not going to reciprocate them, there's going to be consequences.
Couple things. So, so if you violate rights, under whose authority do we establish rights?
Each other, through each other.
Okay, but I disagree. You and I find a disagreement. You think that property is a right. I think property is theft. Who makes the decision of whether or not somebody can be on a particular piece of property? Because right now we have laws, and we have ways that if the law is violated, we have people that can bring you into a courtroom, summons you to this courtroom, bring you if you refuse, and put you in front of what we call a judge. And so my question is how do you replicate that if you don't have an authority that that's been agreed upon by the people to make these decisions?
It would just become unaffordable for them to do so. There'd still be, societal mores and structures, and there'll be rules, something without laws. All that it's saying is that there isn't a one-size-fits-all. So there will be multiple, areas and jurisdictions where people come together and they decide this is how they want to live, right? And that's just basically how it would work. If you violate somebody's right, you stop reciprocating rights in a particular area or region, right? You'd be under that jurisdiction. You'd have to.
Who's the authority to that jurisdiction?
Well, for the sake of communication, it would just be because that's where you would want to go. Most people, if you have, because there's a million different ways that this could work. You're asking me. Well, everybody has their own defense
best protect them. And while you and I are 100% in agreement that government overreaches and it violates those rights and it's done a piss poor job of protecting those rights, what I worry about though is that something as simple as the military, and I say simple in the sense that we all understand that you need the ability to fight against foreign foes because there are others that might not have your same value system, and throughout history, these are called wars, and you can have others that may try to invade you, and so you have to have this military. I have not heard you say anything that would give me the confidence that we would be able to repel an invading force. And I'm concerned about that. Can you alleviate the concerns that I have about if, let's say, China and Russia decided to declare war on North America, specifically the United States, but we wouldn't call it the United States because we have no government. I'm concerned about our ability to fight in that situation. And I'm worried about, like, if Russia sent the nukes, how would we coordinate if we don't have a central command like we do today, a rapid response? And that rapid response can be from our submarines, it can be firing from those silos that we have, it can be, mobilizing bombers that we have strategically placed. My question is, who controls those things? And I don't think you've done anything to help me feel better that we would be safer in your world. Can you, and I will go on mute, please explain to me how and Alex, do not unmute yourself. You know what, I don't even trust you. I'm going to put you in the audience. Pino, go ahead and tell me how we're going to be safer militarily based on having no government.
Yeah, I hate to beat a dead horse, but it would just be the same answer. It's the idea you're decentralizing. So you're going to have it instead of one army, one full, everybody knows the procedures of the army. You're going to have decentralized, basically militias that are going to be able to target their whatever target it's going to be. These are going to be different, coming from different people, different commands, different right? And they may or may not work together. But the idea is, obviously it would be in the self-interest, I think, of just a good business model to be able to coordinate with other defensive forces, right? Especially defensive forces. So now you're talking about decentralized little militias and companies that have done without any type of regulation. You know how dangerous, how scared there is no fucking laws. There is no nothing that is going to say, yo, you can't do that. You have to do this. No, it's warfare. And that's specifically why decentralized and defensive force is necessary, because you can absolutely identify the invading force.
I think I get what you're saying, but now I want to ask others that are on the stage, which you cannot speak to, but I want to talk to the other people on the stage. Do you think that what she described about decentralized militias, do you think that would be a better approach to fighting against, an aggressive, modern military like China? Do you think a decentralized approach to this? Think about it. You could have hundreds of these armies, and they can be well armed. Does anybody feel safer with that model?
See, her entire perspective about anarchism and this decentralization, it's just a rambling mess of nothingness, because it's literally using your imagination to say, what if? But everything runs on budgets, Bima. So if we're spending 10 billion a day and we take it to 2 billion, that means we got to get rid of a lot of stuff we don't need anymore, and we have to prioritize. So, what you're kind of doing is a waste of time because everything is already fully organized, bidded up, and budgeted. So, Bima, try to fucking stay focused here.
Yeah, it budgeted in which way? In the budget that you were just complaining about, in the budget where we have a fiat dollar that has lost 90% of its purchasing power since 1975, in the world where in the past 50 years homes went from $40,000 on average to $500,000, and we can't even get a two-party household to be able to afford a starter home. We went zero savings in the 1990s, and this can only, you talk to any economist, and this is only going to continue because we have to, by the systems creation, the deliberate systems creation, we cannot stop debt. If we stop the debt and we stop debt creation, this is economics, this is not my opinion, the entire system will collapse. We have to continue to borrow, and that means we're going to have to, inflation is going to continue, everything else is, so what do you think is going to happen? Have you seen the evidence? Thank you, Marshall, thank you. And we had studies, there was a study, 700, the last 700 fiat currencies, every single one of them failed within a period of 60 to 100 and something years, okay? So I think that we're seeing right now, right, we have a big problem. So what are we going to do about it? That's another issue. The spending is an issue, but you want to have your cake and eat it too. I say, I don't have all the answers. I'm not a fucking economist. I'm also not, hold on, I'm not a military specialist. I'm also not a defense specialist. I'm also not a doctor. I'm also not, I'm fucking nobody, okay? But what I do know is when it comes down to it, every single one of us on this stage right now, I believe we have the same moral inherent authority when we're put onto this earth. So I think that it's all of our duty as human beings, beginning from the very bottom. The only thing that we're responsible to do is to not harm each other, okay? Starting from there, let's freely operate. You get maximum freedom, I get maximum freedom. Obviously, we're going to have to toe a very strict line of making sure we don't violate each other's freedom. So what is that line? Where is that line? And there's only one place that I've ever been told, and if anybody ever has anything that can...
What is that line, Bima?
That is the line of consent.
It is not consent, Bima. That's not the important line. I hate to break it to you.
Consent is the least arbitrary line above the state of nature. If state of nature is might makes right. So I don't believe
you
that
got the
anybody else
lines,
state believes might makes
Bima.
right, because then you'll have
Consent
to
is not all or nothing.
If you're going to
We gotta have a conversation about the wall of noise. I want to allow other people. I've asked Mike questions. I feel like I've sufficiently asked the right questions. That at least to me, it's convinced me even more than ever before these ideas don't work. But you know what? Everyone's got their own opinions, so I want to hear from other people. XG's blinking his mic. Maybe he's has something to say. XG, you want to ask a question or engage with Bima? But can we just? I just want to. Well, hold on. I want everyone to be respectful, but I also want everybody to be cognizant of let's try to keep it to one point, and let's try to reduce the wall of noise.
Yeah. So, Bima, correct me if I'm wrong. We're talking about the same thing that we previously talked about concerning your ideas on the NDP, violence, consent, and all that kind of stuff, right?
yes, sorry, consent. I don't remember our particular conversation, but I'm sure it's
Yeah, we're on the same topic. So I'm going to ask you some questions again. My first
protection.
Would they be
So,
able to protect themselves? I'm sorry for bringing up. Would they be able to protect themselves hypothetically? Let's say I get you over my property, my house, right? And you would end up getting raided on my property, my house, and I have, let's say, a very small sign, but it's on my house that says very fine print. You walk in here, you're getting your shit clapped regardless if you want it or not, right? So if you walk into that house, right, is there any way you can protect yourself legally under your system in my house?
well, so first of all, the property begins with the self. So the person is the property. That's first, and then you know, everything else is an extension.
Okay.
So it would be a contradiction, and unless she signs a contract with you to say you can do these things to me, right? Then yeah, no, that's not gonna work.
So if that's a contradiction, wouldn't it also be a contradiction to say that the person itself is property? Wouldn't property rights just be individual rights of the person?
Well, yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying. Individual.
Like, what I'm saying is, would my house then have the same rights that I have as a human being? Because technically, under your definition, a human would be property too. Where's the delineation between human property and non-human property?
Yeah, it would be private property. So yeah, there wouldn't be. I mean, like the only delineation would be in the consequences, right? The negotiations for harm. Obviously, me walking on your grass is going to be different. You know, be a difference than me cutting you.
Right, but what's the law? What's the governing body? Or what's the power? Or what's the incentive to enforce those consequences? Like, for example, I'm pretty sure last conversation we had, I had asked you along the lines of, let's say there's a tile on the floor, right? Just a 1 foot by 1 foot tile on the floor, and we both look at it, and we both say it's our property, and then you pull out a contract and say, well, actually, SG, it says in the contract it's people's property, and I say, well, fuck you. I don't care if this is people's property. There's nothing to enforce that. I'm gonna take the tile. What are you gonna do about it? You can't serve violence on me. So in that case, what happens to you? Well, what happens to the tile? What happens to you, the contract? What happens to the enforcement? What is my consequence of that, other than just me feeling bad for not acting in my own self-interest?
Well, so first of all, it's you don't get you can't enforce violence. I mean, if you start reciprocating rights, you no longer have that moral authority. If the question is between who owns it and there's an honest property dispute, that would go just as it happens now. I mean, you would have to. There wouldn't be any difference. We have we have the structure here. It would be very similar, right? The only difference.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
So you want to get rid of the government, and then you want to have a structure that's no different than what we have today.
Correct. This is what
Right. So
because just real quick on that point that Roger brought up, the previous conversation that we had, I know that you may have to refresh a bit. I had brought up the point that isn't just doing the same exact thing that we have right now that you're complaining about with a weaker and more decentralized power system that's more ineffective and gets less done consequence-wise for those that violate individual rights.
no, not at all. It would be more so, right? But the only difference is, so right now, if I were to ask you, is morality subjective or objective? What would you say?
Objective.
Okay, well, society that would be. We don't live under that type of society today. Under this society, what is moral is what society might makes right, and they're going to make that an object. That is going to be a universal claim. So everybody's going to be treated with this one law and this one way across the United States. So we get these laws, right? Of course, it's going to be different state to state have their own laws, and that's also a complication because now you have in A state you can smoke pot and have no problem. In B state you go to jail for it. Okay, so that's the system that we have right now. What I'm saying is, okay, first of all, consent, right? So victimless crimes are going to disappear. The elements of law that we've already figured out that work, the moral aspects of how we created the legal system, the moral philosophies, all of those would still exist. No, not fraud. Fraud is a crime. No, it's not a victimless
long time, and the answers are always vague. They're always similar. They're never good. It's just not well thought out. It's a very immature philosophy, but and it's a response to. This is where I give them credit. It's a response to a recognition that the state is overstepped and there's injustice, because of the state. And so what it is a gross overreaction and an oversimplification of a utopia, and it doesn't pass any scrutiny from people that are on the left, people that are on the right, people that are in the middle. Like the moment you start scrutinizing it, you get some really, really terrible responses. And in most cases you don't get a response. Like I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but I felt like when I was asking who controls the nukes, I don't feel like we got a straight answer there. I feel like we got an answer, but it wasn't a straight answer. I'm still confused on where who's gonna be driving these submarines that have nuclear weapons.
I think that completely. I guess, like, for example, the one thing that I always pose that's like a challenge is it's basically it's damn near the version of the ECP but for the ANCAPs instead. It's the fraud problem that you have with the NAP, because you'll say that violence can be used to may legitimately be used to prevent using force or fraud, but according to the NAP, the only legitimate use of force is to prevent or punish initiatory use of physical violence by others. And fraud is not physical violence. If I tell you that painting that you wanted to get was a genuine Renoir, for example, and it's not, I have not physically aggressed against you. If you buy it and you find out it's a fake, and then send the police or whatever protected private agency you have over to my house to get your money back, you're not aggressing against me. Then you end up aggressing against me. So not only does the prohibition on fraud,
XC, you're not wrong, but you're now doing the wall of sound. I want to let's keep this simple, man. I want somebody to explain this to me like I'm 5, right? Pretend I'm a 5-year-old kid and I'm like, you mean there's no government? Who's gonna protect us if there's a war? I think if Johnny goes to his mom and dad, the anarchists, and says, who would protect us if there's a war? I think they deserve a better answer than decentralized militias, because when Johnny turns, I don't know, 20, he's gonna ask a question like, you used to tell me about these privatized militias, but they trained in the woods with rifles, and China has a navy. What are we doing here, Mom? It just doesn't.
well, honey, China said they're not going to aggress against us, so we don't have anything to worry about.
It's just crazy. It's just fucking crazy. I'll say this. I think anarchy is a worse idea than communism. And the reason why is because we know what communism does, but anarchy, I think, would be a much more total collapse. If we look at what happened with Mao and we look at what happened with Stalin, they at least still had infrastructure.
Well,
in an anarchist society, there'd be no infrastructure. I think the biggest problem before we get invaded, I think by the time China's little slow boats arrive here, I don't think they'd have to do any fighting because we'd all be dead and we'd starve to death.
I mean, for the most part, really, if we're talking about like the anarchists or whatever, if you're talking to like the 16-year-old Twitter commies, sure, then I'll give you the whole Mao and Stalin point, right? Because all of them end up being fucking Marxist-Leninists for some reason. But if you're talking to like an actual commie that's willing to like stand up, as JB says, stand on a square, and like 24/7, then they would also be anarchists.
state on there would immediately classify them as anarchists. So any actual communist or someone that's not too pussy to stand on getting critiques for being an anarchist, that would be on the left side, would be an actual communist. Anybody that says they're a commie but doesn't believe in anarchism is just LARPing or a Marxist-Leninist that's still trying to figure out how the ACP doesn't kill them.
I've had this debate with many, many, many anarchists, and I don't think that BEMA does a bad job of articulating this position. It's just that the position's not something that makes a lot of sense. And so I think she's, depending on how you look at it, she's equally good or equally bad at positioning this, because this is the position. You know what I mean? Like this is like the way she makes it sound. That's the way even if you were talking to a professor, or if you were talking like Michael Malice, because he's got a sense of humor, would probably put up a better fight. But that's probably it, because the problem's not her ability to articulate, it's that the position is hard to defend because it just doesn't hold up to scrutiny, period.
You can only play devil's advocate for so long until you start burning the hellfire with it.
I don't think it's so much as I don't think that it's hard to defend at all in my mind. What's frustrating is that there are no conceptualizations, alternative conceptualizations of real world tangibility that can be explained in these conversations. So, I can keep saying the same thing over and over and over. Like you just said, explain to me like I'm 5 years old, like who is going to come and protect us? And I mean, like, you didn't like the idea that I'm saying, hey, look, there's going to be contracts. People are going to wake up, they're going to go and make voluntary contracts with private enterprises. These are going to be efficient, effective, dangerous defense agencies, which are going to emerge just through the demand and the necessity of needing them. They're going to be funded directly from the individual, knowing exactly what they're funding. They are going to be the ones, and you have an incentive to go to the best person who's going to most effectively make sure that you're protected. There's market incentives, right? There's so many different things. And this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that the state is generally who, well, I think most of the time, I think we can even make the argument that it's the state that that creates enemies country to country, because we feel that we could conquest, and we could come in, control, conquest. We become frustrated with what a country is doing. If that's decentralized and all
let me ask you a question. If you're so in favor of a stateless society, why do you defend and argue for Palestinian statehood?
I've never argued for Palestinian statehood. I've never argued that. What I argue is I try to figure out where the first aggression, that's why what you think I'm arguing. I've never articulated this. But in those back and forths, I'm trying to say, listen, where was a people who was the first mover of aggressor? Who was the aggressor? Who was the first disruptor of peace, right? And that we can go back to, in a generally, relative time, that we have, like a grandpa or something that can explain to us what happened. That's all that I've been looking for.
Okay. So
yes.
what we can go back to any snapshot in time. If you want to go back to May 14th of 1948, Israel has statehood, and then the very next day they're attacked. We can go through the entire timeline, but in every situation, they were the ones that was responding to aggression.
I geographically, this is what we're talking about. Okay, well, geographically, look up the British mandate for Palestine, right? Okay, so the 1922 League of Nations mandate will tell you what areas it was, what areas we're talking about. All right, they refer to it. Ask Herzl, he knows. He wrote it, a Jewish state in 1896. He wanted to fucking go and take over the barbarians, the barbaric people of Palestine, and move in. Okay, so maybe ask Herzl, the father of Zionism. Okay, so I don't know, but that's the area. So I hope it makes sense. So this is my issue. So now moving from 1917, right, to 1920, you have people of Palestine that live in Palestine. And when I say Palestine, I'm referring to the areas that I mentioned before, okay, that are saying, hey, look, we actually have representatives, we're organized, can we be our own sovereign area? We don't want to be ruled by the British, we don't want to be ruled by the threat of the Jewish people coming in, because at that time, this has already all been talked about. The Balfour Declaration happened, and they're saying, no, we don't want the Jewish to come in. We don't want this to become a Jewish state. We want to reject the Balfour Declaration because we're saying, listen, we have self-determination rights. We're here. We live here. We are people. We're not barbaric. We have our own systems. Leave us be, right? We're not talking about simple immigration. Yeah.
I think Yoav might have a question.
Not really. This is revisionism of history. There were Jews living in the land that wanted self-determination too. What about them?
There was very few Jews living in that land. I looked at the 1922 census.
So because they're a minority, they can't have self-determination. That's what you said.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they would be included in what was that area. Okay? But that's not what was being argued. What's being argued is the people that were in that area, to my understanding, didn't have a problem as long as they weren't being threatened by the notion that the British were going to make that a Jewish state and give this to the Jews. Jews say they're going to be able to come in, bring their own culture, change the laws, and then everything, you're going to be subject under their laws. That was the idea.
Partition plan.
Hold on, we're talking about Balfour Declaration. What do you understand about the Balfour Declaration? This is 1917.
That the Jews want self-determination in their homeland, but under the international law, not under we want the whole land and kick the Arabs out. This was never mentioned.
Okay, so the Balfour Declaration, though, what does it say?
You want me to read the whole thing?
No, you can give it a summation. Abridged version.
I don't have it in front of me. I can get it in front of me. I don't want to half-ass it.
You don't have to. You could give the abridged version. I trust you. Go ahead.
Not playing this
If you're
game.
gonna half-ass it, make sure the ass is round.
Go ahead, tell me, Bima.
So it basically, what I understand it to be, it is saying that the British is saying we are going to create, or so they support a national home for the Jewish people, and that would be in Palestine. That's it. So saying yes, let's allow the Jews to come in, and they can have the nation. They can have this area of Palestine.
The entire area?
Well, I mean, like regions change and stuff happened from 1920 or 1970. Different. Little Arab nations started. There was a whole bunch of a lot of shit happened between them. But I'm talking about in 1917. Yeah. The area known as Palestine, the same area that Herzl says is Palestine, right? He put it
Christians, the Arabs.
But they didn't. The Arabs slaughtered the Jews.
Yeah, well, they were being threatened. They were being told that the Jews are going to come in and get rid of the barbaric people of Palestine, and they're going to come in and they're going to, take up the. Of course, I'd be fucking scared too. Of course, I'm going to fight.
So you're scared, so you slaughter women and children? That's your response?
Well, no, I mean, I don't know where that comes from. Where
1929, Hebron massacre. Read about it.
Well, we could start before then. I don't think that was the first issue. Was
What was
the first armed conflict was 1929. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think it's. I think that there's something before 1929.
Well, it wasn't an armed conflict, it was a massacre, but yeah, there were fights between the Jews. That's why the partition plan is a good idea, because they didn't get along with each other.
I mean, who would get along with anybody? I mean, like, you're being told that your home is going to be created as a nation state for immigrants. I mean, that's an invasion. That's an invasion.
An invasion of what? There wasn't a state. It was a region called Syria, Palestine.
There doesn't have to be an official state. It's just an invasion, right? The indigenous people, because you could use that same argument, right? Oh, well, it's not an invasion because the indigenous people of the colonial America didn't they didn't have a state. So it is what it is. It's an invasion. You come in and you disrupt peaceful people living. They have a way of life.
It's an immigration back to their historic homeland. The Jews are the indigenous people of Israel.
Well, then they could immigrate there peacefully. They don't have any right. I think, isn't that the whole issue, that they didn't?
No. They drained the swamp in Tel Aviv. It was a swampland. They built cities. They didn't go and say, oh, we want your home. Give us your home. People, this is a revisionism of history.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
They bought land from the Arabs who were glad to sell them land. So what's the problem? If they didn't want to sell the land, nobody forced their hands. Alright, since we're not talking about anarchy, I would just like to thank Kitover, and I'd like to thank Roger for being the brave song we're at.
That sounds great. Thank you. I gotta go. I gotta take off. But
Bye-bye,
thank you for the
Nina.
conversation. Bye, Roger.
Shalom
Bye.
Aleichem.
I'll catch you next time you're off. XG next.
Okay.
Yep, sounds good.
Oh yeah, I forgot about you too, Bobby. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
You like how she does this every time. She's like, this tyrannical fucking bullshit government, and then we need to put in place my government.
No, the shit that gets me is that she'll say that shit and then right afterwards say, it's not that different to what we have in
was threatening pit bulls, and you're criticizing her response to defend them?
Oh, no. He was saying that he agrees with the British in London where they went and they outlawed pit bulls because they were a threat to, you know, the society and stuff. So they implemented rules that they went around and took people's dogs because it violated the law. And he
That's
said
fucking.
he agrees with it. Yeah.
That's
So
fucking retarded.
he
So why aren't you mocking him? Why are you mocking her?
Because the response was to put him on a slave plantation.
Yeah, he was just trolling her. He didn't give a shit about the pit bulls. He was just fucking with her because she does this shit all the time where she comes up.
I'll say this. I genuinely, I don't believe in the death penalty, but if I saw somebody kill it, like Michael Vick, I think should have had life in prison.
Well, he was arguing for the government's legislating, laws against pit bulls. His grandmother was mauled almost to death by her pit bulls, so he doesn't like pit bulls, but he told me.
I don't give a fuck what he fucking. Listen, what I'm fucking hearing is you guys laughing and giggling because somebody had some position that was like, because he didn't like fucking pit bulls, and somehow like Bima, who's no longer even here, is the bad guy, but there's no smoke for this guy that holds some position where he wants to abuse animals. Like honestly, like right now, the two of you are worse than Bima.
That's wait. You can say that, and that's fine. But I'm sorry. Agreed with the British law, and the response to that being, you should be put on the slave plantation. I've had my fair share.
I'm just saying, people that abuse animals should literally suffer the same penalty as if they abuse humans.
But I don't think they're talking about animal abuse there. They're talking about pit bulls.
I don't give a shit. You guys are so display. Like, look, Bima says a lot of stupid shit, makes a lot of terrible arguments, but you guys are like going off on her. She's no longer even fucking here, and there's no smoke, no condemnation at all for a guy that's fucking talking shit about fucking, that's got these ridiculous positions about animals. Fuck that. I'd feed that guy to the dogs. Fuck him.
Which dogs specifically? Pit bulls?
Yeah, don't talk shit about animals in front of me, dude. Fuck you guys. You guys are fucking retards.
What about ants?
Oh, you're hilarious. Keep it going. Keep it going. You guys are so tough talking about the anarchist that's not here to defend herself, and you guys won't speak up about animals. Like honestly, like this is some cowardly shit. Like this is the kind of shit that makes me think that you guys have never been in a fist fight in your fucking lives. You guys are talking like little faggot pussies.
I'm not cool. I just don't like pit bulls.
No, you guys are talking like faggot pussies.
I mean, I like dogs. I'm not a big fan of pit bulls. Once I started looking at the numbers and realized that it's like 95% of all deaths associated with dogs are pit bulls. So I mean, I do think that the British government has a valid point in saying that you can't have those dogs that they want outlawed.
Yeah. I would rather fucking outlaw people than outlaw these fucking dogs. Listen, the fucking dogs don't grow up fucking just violent. If you have a pit bull that's fucking attacking people, it's because of how it was trained. It's because of the owner. And if you guys are so stupid that you don't understand that, you guys really shouldn't talk about it.
So are pit bulls just like Nissan Altima, the dog breeds that always gravitate towards the worst possible fucking.
You guys are fucking stupid, dude. I'll fucking look. We talk about a lot of things, but like you guys are fucking retards. I'm not even dealing with you guys. That's fucking. You guys are so fucking ignorant. people that won't defend animals would never defend women, would never defend children. I don't trust people that don't fucking protect animals. I think it's fucking gay as fuck. Some weak ass shit. Some faggotry.
Also,